Hello. First like. How are you doing, brother? Huh. Wow. We're on another wild adventure. I don't know where this place is going, where it's taking me, but I'm going. Don't know. Just end right here? Oh, it keeps going. Sweet. I don't think I've been down here in years. Probably for good reason. So let these guys go ahead of me. Hello, how are you doing? What's good? How are you doing? Are you eating good in the neighborhood? Cruising out here. Maybe we'll see an antelope. Maybe, possibly, probably not. Good shot though.
She can even pick up the fucking lyrical. I'm a fucking miracle, cynical, fucking cynical. It's identical. When I'm cynical, when I'm binical, red identical. Get it? I can't even afford them coats. What the fuck am I gonna do with this pencil? I don't know how to read or write fucking shit. I don't know what to do with my life. I'm working at the Dollar Tree. I don't know what the fuck happened to me. Bursting these idols like it's idolatry. I don't know what's happened to me. I'm not a fucking idiot. I don't even know what an idiom is. I don't know what the fuck am I gonna do with it. Fuck, I'm so sick of this shit. That you could understand it. I don't know if I don't have any peanut butter jelly sandwich, but I really don't know what's hysterical. I'm fucking pumping out the music stereo. Fucking talking that shit to me. You don't know why I'm a fucking miracle. Why the planet like sucking dick so damn much? It's like sucking, slurping deep. I fucking caught him chucking, dirking, docking deep. Herb slurping. I heard that man was slurping on dick. I caught that man with a black man. I caught him fucking doing more than playing.
How's your day, Justin?
Sucking dick. Slurping.
I put out a bunch of my old live stream.
Your man love sucking, slurping that dick. He's surfing that dick like a surfboard on the ocean. When I get a hold of that man, I'ma tell him what I feel about my emotions. I don't give fucking shit about the shit that I'm loving. I'm surfing in the ocean. I'm at the fucking crab cake. Bitches are taking my wing. Talking this shit to me. I got 32 beans, salad. I'm a manic, I'm a manic, I'm a magic, I'm a magic. I can't imagine. I'm a magic, I'm a savage. I'ma fuck you up, bitch, if you keep talking.
Same here, man. It's a beautiful place out here.
Lord, sucking dick. I saw that man doing much more than play dominoes. He loves serving on that dick. He loves serving on that dick. Flipping and sucking, we'll slip and slide on that.
This is the perfect place to do it at.
I'm not your average asshole, so you better stop talking that shit. I'm a redneck, and I love sucking dick. I love sandwiches.
I love sandwiches, he says.
Peanut butter, jelly sandwiches. And slices on them.
It's out in the middle of nowhere, guys. Sorry about how bumpy it
Jefferson
is.
told me he loved me. Said he's never gonna leave me. Planet Vest, can you believe me? Who are we gonna be? Me. Lie, love this shit, man. Help me get through all of this. I don't know why you hate on me. Hope that you can fucking accept me when I come back in the live stream. Hit me up, Saturday, it might be. I might be a little fucking crazy. Hit me upside the head with a high beam. Fucking rolling around town with my fucking Nikes. You wanna suck on me, but you can't have me. I'm like a chocolate bar, really like a chocolate factory. You wish that you could have my fucking chocolate trees. You don't fucking talk shit, I got the bobs. I'm running around the street, got the fucking ball sack trees. And this bitch got the fucking sandwiches, yeah. I'm running around the strip, talking all that shit to me. You wanna suck my dick, but you can't do. Wish I had condescending prick. I don't know why he wanna suck on my dick like it's licorice. Pulling down his pants like a soft fucking mouse too. I don't know what's going on, I think he's just so immature. He put his fucking pants down like a fucking mouse turd. Saw his fucking dick, it looked like a fucking nerd rope. Then I left, I should've put my website back up. I'm sorry for the shit that I fucking said, but I can't even come to terms with the shit that I did. And I'm drunk and it hurts my soul and my heart in this pain. I hope you can fucking forgive me. Someday I'll come back and we can be friends, but it's gonna take a long time. Heal all the shit I did. So sorry for that shit, but Wookie hurt me. It's so hard, but you know I can't hurt me. He got fucking pumped like a turkey. He fucking talked all that shit. Cookies in the chat, fake Wookie in the chat, fake Berkey's in the chat, work in the chat room. I don't know what I did to Drew though. Why does he fucking hate me? Like he told me that he loved me. I hope that he can help me, but he just had to go in. And I just said, damn Jefferson, man, you gotta leave that shit alone. Man, go play the dance and play dominoes or candy land with now. Be good, you ain't part of this shit no more, man. It's a sad day, Jefferson's gone away, but he can't behave, so he's gonna have to go away. Get your ass in a sailboat, sail away, because it's time for us to part our ways. Can't be together anyway. In your little scooter and scoot away. On them brakes, get your ass off, pull up on the highway. Get your ass out of Michigan. Boy, it's time for you to leave. Snow cones and ball sack trees. Snow cones and ball sack trees, apples and condoms. Fuck my wife. Said don't fuck my wife, but I said no way. Said you better hop on your scooter and go scoot away. Said I fuck all that shit, all that noise that you bring, cause Jefferson came and he's screaming at me. I said pack up your bags and better leave you. Get yourself corn dogs out of my face now. Got the shooting chairs and the main greens. He got the whole town fucking around me. I got the whole town mad at me. That's what I don't care what he say. He gonna say fuck me. Gonna talk all that shit, bitch. You be so mean. Got the whole town looking for me. Got the whole town looking for me. Couple beans, you know what I mean. I got the whole stream, got the whole chat fucking me and being the me. And I'm trying to hold on tonight. Fill up my cup, we can spray. I'm ready to go, ready to go. I don't care about the roast beef. I'ma have it Arby's tonight. I left the burger in my pocket. I like to have lots of sex with my hand when I'm talking to Vegas. I don't give a fucking shit. I bet you I'm ready to hate this. I know you're gonna hate me for saying this. Corn dogs and hush puppies. And the whole town saying, the whole town's looking for me. All I wanted to say was, you just so gay for fucking making fun of me. Got Wookiees in the chat, fake Wookiees in the chat. Now we got Wookie all mad. Fake Jefferson's in the chat. Jefferson's got mad. Jefferson's coming mad. Jefferson's coming back. Fake Wookiees in the chat. Everybody fucking mad. Got the whole town looking for Jefferson. Jefferson. Exclamation point. Jefferson's. Fuck all that shit. Fuck all that shit, bitch. I'm gonna make. I came over the squad. It's my fucking right to squat in the fucking house. I don't give a shit, bitch. I showed you my dick and balls. It wasn't a mouse, it was my dick and my balls. Now you wanna, there's your mouth driving. You want me to fucking stop being annoying and shit. Annoying and shit, but I'm not gonna stop being annoying. Snow calls and ball sack tree. Fucking sale. Snow calls in. Snow calls in. Snow calls in. Snow calls and ball sack tree. I'ma make a fucking sandwich if I want to. Snow calls and ball sack tree. Snow calls and ball sack tree.
Anyway, yeah, a little ways. I'm gonna drive back, get out from the truck stop, ride out a couple miles north. No, this is not 25 road. No, this is, I can't even remember what road this is. It doesn't really say. Kind of strange, huh? Real pretty place. There's some fossils right up here. I'll show you. If we don't run a signal, that is. We can take a left. I think we're gonna take a left. Just go up to this little hill right here. It's all maintained. This will go all the way back in, or we can take a left and see what's on top of the hill. I think I'm gonna take a left and see what's on top of the hill real quick. Before we head back that way, I think I'm gonna turn around actually after I do this. because I don't want to be stuck out here in the weather, and the weather looks like it might turn. I've never been back here before. Looks like it's well maintained. Looks like there's been fresh tracks up in here. A lot of trails. We shall find out. There's a nodule up here on that hill too. I want to check out. It's like a crystal nodule. I'm gonna have to park right here and go back because that was a really cool little thing right back there. I don't think there's gonna be anybody on the road. Just in case, I'm gonna park on the side here. There's a little nodule. Motherfucker. Thank you, Jesus. I may have boned myself, guys. We'll get it done, though. Get over. Thank you, Jesus. Yeah, let's turn around. I am done. Look at this place. You'll see what I mean here in a second. Watch. Jesus.
Doing our jobs and doing it to the best of our ability.
A points to moments like Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth requiring all troops to watch Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth requiring all troops to watch or read his September speech at Quantico, Virginia.
This administration has done a great deal from day one to politically correct and toxic ideological garbage that had infected our department, to rip out the politics. No more identity months, DEI offices, dudes in dresses.
Hundreds of generals and admirals were ordered from commands all around the world to fly in and attend the speech in person.
My chain of command was pretty outspoken, like why are we wasting our time with this?
Others point to a waste of not just time, but also money. For instance, on the separation board hearings.
When I go to these board members who are the jury, I said, we have spent $22,000 to assemble us all here to discuss somebody's genitals. These boards are extremely expensive.
Priya Rashid is a military attorney working with several transgender service members, including in this story, but says she cannot speak directly about their cases. She's had a front row seat to the Pentagon's push to remove this service population since Trump's second term began. In the latest directives, military separation boards have been ordered to find unfit and separate any transgender service member with a current or past documentation of gender dysphoria.
The outcome is generally predetermined, and the government has really set itself up to purge these people out of our ranks.
The Pentagon responded to NPR's request for comment by referring to the gender dysphoria policy guidance on its website.
Commander Blake Grumman, United States Navy, departing.
Back at the ceremony, the retirees are being handed their folded flags and doing their final walkouts.
Colonel Bree Fran, United States Space Force, departing.
General McChrystal says the separations are a mistake and that they're affecting mission readiness, one of the listed values that Secretary Hegseth claims as a priority for his Department of War amidst several simmering global conflicts.
God forbid if we in a major war and we need to start calling everybody up, I would hope that we would not suddenly say we are only going to draft people of a certain type because we wouldn't have enough.
Lauren Hodges, NPR News, Washington. You're listening to All Things Considered from NPR News.
Bunny slopes to black diamonds. A Colorado artist gave us a better way to get down mountains. Hal Shelton felt maps should look like what you see. In the 40s, he made maps for the Air Force with color and shading to create the realism of satellite images before satellites. Then he took a job in Denver, paid by the square inch, to do the same for commercial aviation. And soon, Shelton turned his artist's eye to the ski industry. He made immersive maps of most of the major resorts across America, even for the Olympics. Useful on the slopes, Shelton's work also let a skier take the mountain home. But his most impressive map won't fit in a pocket. It hangs in the Golden History Museum, an 8-foot wide view of Colorado ski country, USA, from a viewpoint somewhere near the stratosphere, painted by my grandfather, Hal Shelton. I'm Clara Shelton.
Celebrating the sesquicentennial, a Colorado 150 postcard.
There's no other way to say it. Colorado Public Radio exists because of your generous financial support. Thank you, Tom and Trang McKenzie, Kim and Nancy Malville, and Jonathan and Chelsea Mannheim for your Summit Club gift.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Windsor Johnston. A Florida man who received a pardon from President Trump for his role in the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol has been convicted of new criminal charges. NPR's Tom Dreisbach reports those new charges involved the sexual abuse of children.
Andrew Paul Johnson was serving a 1-year prison sentence for storming the Capitol on January 6th when he received a full pardon from President Trump. Less than a year later, Johnson was arrested again, this time for sexually abusing multiple children, including one who was just 11 years old. Police reported that Johnson tried to bribe one of his victims to keep them quiet by claiming that he was going to receive millions of dollars in restitution from the Trump administration for the January 6th case. This week, a Florida jury found Johnson guilty of 5 charges. Florida prosecutors said he now faces up to life in prison. Tom Dreisbach, NPR News.
Where scenes of celebration are unfolding at the Gaza border crossing with Egypt after a year of full closure. NPR's Anas Baba reports reunions are happening under tight Israeli restrictions.
In southern Gaza, celebratory music rises in the air. Hassan Zanoun is 28. He has waited 3 years to see his bride again. Nearby, a father wraps his arms around his wife and the 5 kids he hasn't held in 2 years. But these reunions are few and far between. Israel said 150 medical patients would be allowed to leave Gaza each day and 50 people permitted to enter. Medical officials in Gaza say only about a quarter of those patients scheduled to depart actually made it out. At Rafah, policy is calculated in figures. For families here, it's counted in years apart. Anas Baba, NPR News, Gaza City.
This is NPR News in Washington.
This is CPR News. I'm Nathan Fernando Frescas. An Eastern Plains pig farm company is paying more than $300,000 to 3 former female employees. That's after they were reportedly abused, mistreated, and harassed by male bosses. CPR's Allison Sherry has more.
Midwest Farms owns primarily pig farms near Burlington. Federal officials found the company repeatedly failed to take steps to stop male managers from harassing female employees. One manager repeatedly walked into female showers without knocking. Other women reported propositions, vulgar sexual advances, and inappropriate touching. When the employees reported what was going on, they were often retaliated against, according to court documents. Midwest Farms does not admit to any wrongdoing, but has agreed to the payment and training. The settlement will go to 3 women who were named in the complaint. A representative for Midwest did not return a call or an email for comment. I'm Allison Sherry, CPR News.
Amid fears of ICE crackdowns, there's been a spike in tribal members applying for delayed birth certificates. For the Mountain West News Bureau, Gabriel Pietrozio has more.
Last year, 305 residents applied for delayed birth certificates across Navajo County, 2/3 of which covers tribal lands belonging to Navajos, Hopis, and White Mountain Apaches. Violet Redbird Nez, who is Kiowa and Dene, is a vital records specialist with County Public Health. She treks the Kayenta quarterly to help residents get documented, and for the last 3 months, Redbird Nez says there's an uptick.
They're worried that they might get deported.
There were 22 applicants last month alone. Once the paperwork is filled out, it typically takes 6 weeks.
And it's so endearing to know that they came by to say, hey, thank you for helping me get my birth registered. I'm legal now, is what they say.
For the Mountain West News Bureau, I'm Gabriel Pietrozio.
More than 100 high school students calling for tighter gun laws held a rally at the state capitol today. The event was part of an annual State House Advocacy Day for Colorado members of Students Demand Action. This year, students urged lawmakers to pass a bill that would expand Colorado's existing ban on 3D printed ghost guns and their parts. They were joined at the rally by 2 of the bill's Democratic sponsors. This is CPR News. It's 4:35.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from Charles Schwab, offering investors choices like full-service wealth management, advice, investing, and trading on Thinkorswim. Learn more at schwab.com. From BritBox, dedicated to offering viewers the opportunity to see it differently with British TV, streaming original series, Jane Austen dramas, Agatha Christie mysteries, and more at BritBox.com. And from the sustaining members of this NPR station.
From NPR News, this is All Things Considered. I'm Elsa Chang in Culver City, California.
And I'm Scott Detrow in Washington. The U.S. job market perked up a bit to start the new year. Employers added about twice as many jobs in January as forecasters had expected. The good news was tempered, though, by revised figures showing job gains in 2025 are actually much weaker than initially reported. Bureau's Scott Horsley joins us to sort it all out. Hi, Scott.
Hi, Scott.
It seems like there's some mixed signals in today's report. What should we make of it?
Yeah, on the plus side, hiring in January was better than expected, with employers adding 130,000 jobs during the month. That's the strongest job growth in over a year. Now, a lot of that hiring was concentrated in healthcare, which is a sector that tends to do well no matter what the broader economy is up to. Restaurants and construction companies also hired some folks last month, but delivery companies, financial firms, and the federal government all lost jobs in January.
So you were the optimist there. I'll be the pessimist. On the minus side, we got this big downward revision in the jobs numbers for 2025. Tell us about that.
Yeah, this is something the Labor Department does every year. They go back and double check the jobs numbers using more complete information from business tax records. This year's revision was bigger than most, and it wound up erasing most of the job gains that were initially reported last year. Economist Sarah House at Wells Fargo says, if there is a silver lining, most of that downshift came in the early part of 2025, and the more recent months look a little bit better.
I think the big takeaway is that, yes, hiring was weaker last year than initially reported, but momentum more recently is holding up, if not actually improving.
But keep in mind, these numbers could be revised again, so what looks like momentum today may or may not last.
And then we also had some positive news on unemployment, right? It dipped a bit in January.
It did. Yeah, the unemployment rate inched down to 4.3% last month from 4.4% in December. The unemployment rate for African Americans also came down a bit, as did the rate for young people, including new college grads, some of whom have had a tough time getting their foot in the door. We're still not seeing a whole lot of layoffs nationwide, although some big firms have announced job cuts in recent weeks. But people who have jobs are reluctant to give them up. So Laura Ulrich, who's with the Indeed Hiring Lab, says there just aren't as many job openings and opportunities as there might have been in the past.
The probability of losing your job is not going up all that much. But if you do lose your job and you're in some of these sectors that have been quite soft, it's a tough market.
And Ulrich notes, if you're, say, a delivery driver or a warehouse worker and you get laid off, you may not have the specialized skills needed to get one of those new healthcare jobs over at the hospital.
The big story when it comes to the economy and the federal government is that President Trump has been waging this high-pressure campaign to get the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates. Does today's report help or hurt that effort?
Well, Fed policymakers usually lower interest rates when they're worried about unemployment, and they keep rates higher when they're more concerned about inflation. We're going to get an update on January's inflation rate later this week. The central bank did cut interest rates 3 times last fall in an effort to prop up the sagging job market. But at their last meeting a couple of weeks ago, policymakers voted to hold interest rates steady. And they did so pointing to tentative signs that the job market is stabilizing. Today's report probably adds to that sense that the job market is at least holding its own for now. So Wells Fargo's Sarah House thinks the Fed will leave rates where they are when policymakers next meet next month.
If you're seeing a stable jobs market, if you're seeing inflation too high for almost 5 years now, it's hard to make an argument to cut here.
Now, some Fed governors, like Chris Waller, have been sounding the alarm about the job market still, and they're still calling for another interest rate cut. Of course, the president wants to install a new Fed chairman who will also push for rate cuts.
NPR Scott Horsley, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Actor James Van Der Beek has died. He was best known for playing the lead on the hit show Dawson's Creek in the late 90s and early aughts. Van Der Beek announced in 2024 that he had colon cancer. His family posted on Instagram that he died peacefully this morning. He was 48 years old. NPR's Mia Venkat has this remembrance.
James Van Der Beek was a Connecticut theater kid who made it big when he was only 21, when he dropped out of college to play a 15-year-old aspiring filmmaker, Dawson Leary.
Hi.
Dawson.
You're Dawson. Dawson, yeah, I know.
Dawson is this very earnest dreamer.
Lori Bindig-Usman is a media studies professor. She wrote an academic book about Dawson's Creek.
Dawson was so earnest and was such a goody two-shoes that he sometimes came across as a sad sack.
You want him. You want him like I want you. You love him like I love you.
Like in this scene where he urges his best friend since childhood, Joey Potter, played by Katie Holmes, to go for their friend Pacey, even though Dawson is in love with her.
No, the difference is he loves you back the same way.
Dawson's Creek had millions of viewers weekly on the WB. It became a defining show for millennials, and it helped start the era's boom of teen-centered dramas. Over 6 seasons, the show made stars of Katie Holmes, Joshua Jackson, and Michelle Williams, as well as James Van Der Beek. Professor Bindig-Usman says his character changed over the course of the show.
He goes from this sort of narcissistic but lovable, self-indulgent, regular teenage boy. Then he's a doofus to some extent where he is blind to his love of the girl next door, his longtime best friend, Katie Holmes,
who rejects him in this scene.
And you think that whatever was wrong when you were with me is going to magically get better when you're with him?
I don't know, Dawson. I don't know, okay? I just know that I need him.
Vanderbeek was so associated with the role of Dawson, it may have hindered his ability to land other big roles over his career. Still, in 1999, he starred in the coming-of-age film Varsity Blues as a high school football player who wants to get out of Texas.
Playing football at West Canaan may have been the opportunity of your lifetime, but I don't want your life.
And in 2002's Rules of Attraction, he played a toxic college drug dealer who calls himself an emotional vampire.
Search for this night's prey. Who will it be?
And he actually played a parody version of himself in 2012 in the sitcom Don't Trust the Bee in Apartment 23. He's a self-obsessed actor trying to get people to see him as someone other than his character in Dawson's Creek, pretty unsuccessfully. Like the episode where he decided to teach an acting class to one-up James Franco.
So when I begin to inhabit a character, I ask myself, who is he? What does he want? What do he do if he doesn't get it? Now, let's talk about how this would impact our approach to the role of the captain.
Was it fun kissing Katie Holmes?
Let's try and stay focused.
Did anyone have an eating disorder?
Okay, we're not here to talk about Dawson's Creek. We're here to explore the craft.
Do the monologue from the episode where you realize you love Joey. Do it.
And in real life as well, to most of his fans, that floppy blonde-haired Dawson Leary is the one that stole their hearts. Mia Venta, NPR News.
You're listening to All Things Considered from NPR News. On Thursday, Bangladeshis will hold their first election since they overthrew their former leader in mass demonstrations in August 2024. As NPR's Dia Hadid reports from the capital Dhaka, some voters might not accept the outcome.
At a rally, Mohammed Abdul Qayyum says his loyalties are with the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, set up by one of the men who led the country to liberation.
So he is the greatest leader in our country.
Politics here long flit between the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, or BNP, and the party of ousted leader Sheikh Hasina, until 2009, when analysts say the last fair elections were held. After that, Sheikh Hasina ran compromised elections. After she was ousted, her party was barred from running. That's made space for others, like the Islamic Party, known as Jamaat. Abdul Qayyum claims, without evidence, that the current interim government led by Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus favors Jamaat. Qayyum warns that if BNP followers believe election results are rigged, they'll be
Very big violence in Bangladesh. God knows where the country will go.
At a Jamaat rally, loyalist Abdullah Jaber also worries their election victory will be stolen from them.
Hello.
He accused BNP
I'm back.
of intimidating Jamaat voters.
So they're trying to force.
For Bangladesh. But Keane says they gained support after coming out in force in protest that ousted the former leader.
I'll
in
show you what I
2024. And they're seen as free of the corruption
newest
associated
fossils.
with Bangladesh's older political parties. On a roadside driver, Mohammed Imran tells us Jamaat will smash extortion rackets. They'll clean up the country. Imran adds, Jamaat says what women wear isn't a good 42-year-old she says women here they do nothing. She says, we never get to sleep. Back at the BNP rally.
This is one of the places all over the place.
She's excited. She's also worried about how the rival Jamaat women.
I'll show you one of these little pockets above ground. I'll show you. They dug it up and they put it there on the side of the road as an example, I think.
Have to try harder next time. If others will be so sanguine remains an open question.
I'm gonna lose signal.
Dia Hadid, NPR News, Dhaka.
Well, at a time when access to public media is increasingly at risk, your generosity reinforces the importance of independent, fact-based journalism. Your support strengthens CPR News, CPRCC, neighborhood level reporting, and ensures the news here on Indy 102.3 and CPR Classical Human Curated. This is the power of public. Yours to give, CPRs to protect. Donate now by going to CPR.org and clicking donate at the top of the page. Thank you so much.
The Colorado Lottery, which has returned over $4.5 billion to projects like the Hanging Lake Trail reconstruction and the Palisade Plunge. ColoradoLottery.com/givingback.
That was fun. We're about to go into the mountains. So how are you doing today?
This is CPR's All Things Considered. I'm Nathan Frescus. The federal government's approach to everything, from immigration to workers' rights to healthcare, has changed in big ways in the last year. That's as President Trump rushes to shift the country rapidly to the right. In Colorado, that changes. CPR's Benta Birkeland and Ray Solomon have been tracking bills that push back on the administration in a variety of ways, and they talked about them with CPR's Ava May.
I want to start with something that maybe hasn't gotten quite as much attention as other presidential policies, which is worker protections. I understand lawmakers are looking to change some of Colorado's labor laws.
That is right. So backstory. Over the past year, the Trump administration has rolled back dozens of worker protections that had been the law of the land for decades, all in the name of deregulation. So Democratic state legislators here are responding with a slate of bills to keep those protections in place. The most sweeping simply says that employers here have to abide by federal health and safety laws that were in place as of last year and not whatever new versions the Trump administration approves.
No, lawmakers are doing something kind of similar around vaccines, right? They're trying to ensure that our vaccination recommendations for kids in Colorado stays the same, even as the CDC changes its own childhood vaccine schedule.
Yes, exactly. So if you remember, last month, the CDC cut 6 routine child immunizations out of its guidelines over the objections of a lot of child health experts. So Democratic state lawmakers here introduced a bill that decouples Colorado's vaccine policy from the federal government's and realigns the state with the more comprehensive and science-based recommendations from the American Academy of Pediatrics. So basically, it does right back where we were before the CDC changes.
What we're doing here with this bill is we're insulating our state from the dysfunction coming out of Washington. That's what this is about.
That's Democratic Senator Kyle Mullica, one of the bill's sponsors, and he's also an ER nurse. He said this bill matters because vaccine policy changes without rigorous science creates confusion for parents and providers, and it could stir some trouble getting those vaccines covered by insurance.
All right, let's move now from immunizations to immigration. The Trump administration's shock and awe approach to immigration enforcement, like the surges we've been seeing in Minnesota, Chicago, and elsewhere, has definitely attracted the attention of lawmakers in blue states. We know that here in Colorado, for example, they want to make it possible for people to sue ICE agents in state court if their civil rights are violated. They're also considering banning federal agents from wearing masks on the job. But there's an update to this. Democrats are also looking at new limits on flock cameras, those real-time license plate trackers deployed in a lot of our local cities. Benta, you've been looking at that. How would it work exactly?
This bill comes from Democratic Senator Judy Amawala from Boulder, and she wants more guardrails to make information from these flock cameras can't easily be used by ICE. So she wants to require a warrant for law enforcement to access the information in most cases, and to limit how long companies can hold on to the data.
Flock, or whoever it is your vendor, is capturing all this data. And unless it's destroyed periodically, they have it. And then it is getting shared. And so we want to put some controls on that.
Amabile says she's also worried license plate reader data could be used to track women who come to Colorado for abortions in states where it's banned. So that's another big reason she wants to see changes.
These are all Democratic bills that we've talked about so far. What do Republicans in the Colorado legislature have to say about them?
I talked to the House Minority Leader, John Caldwell, about the flock camera bill, and he's really worried that it would make it harder for law enforcement to use tools that help investigations and improve public safety, for instance, using flock camera data to look for stolen cars. And I do think that bill in particular will largely fall along party lines.
That's true, but I also want to point out there is one Republican sponsoring that camera bill. So I think, depending on the issue, these bills could be more nuanced. I spoke with Senate Minority Leader Cleve Simpson, and he says he would consider each proposal on its merits, regardless of the motivating forces behind it.
That's how I function. Whether we're talking about immigration or whether we're talking about immunization or whether we're talking about charitable status, each one of them, with the caveat in the background, what's the motivating factor here? But if it's still reasonable policy or good policy, I'm supportive.
All right, Ray, he mentioned something about charitable status. What is that, and what are lawmakers doing?
That is about a bill that Democrats put forward to shield local nonprofits from the Trump administration, which you might recall has threatened to revoke tax-exempt status from organizations it doesn't agree with. So this bill essentially says that even if a Colorado nonprofit's federal tax-exempt status is revoked, they would still be exempt from state taxes. So a handful of Republicans voted along with Democrats when that bill passed in the Senate. And certainly under Democratic presidential administrations, conservatives have complained that their organizations have been unfairly scrutinized.
Thank you both for that deep dive.
Anytime.
Thanks, Haley.
CPR's Spencer Birkeland and Ray Solomon have been tracking bills in the state legislature that aim to insulate the state from Trump administration policies. You can reporting by coming to CPR.org. This is CPR News. I'm Nathan Fernando Frescas. Fresh off winning gold medals, 2 Olympic figure skaters with ties to Colorado are preparing for their next event. Danny O'Shea and Ellie Kam took first place in the team event, and on Sunday they'll skate in the pairs competition. The Colorado-based coach Drew Meekins says they define success by more than once.
The phrase "we love the youth" is skate in a way that makes you proud. That makes you proud of your training, that makes you proud of the work you've done, and makes you proud of all you've gone through to get to this moment. And if you can do that, you're going to be happy with the result no matter what.
O'Shea is a graduate of the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs, where Cam is currently a student. And the biggest name in restaurant reviews will now consider all of Colorado's top restaurants. The Michelin Guide announced today it's expanding its consideration to evaluate eateries statewide. Previously, the guide was limited to Denver, Boulder, and a handful of the state's elite ski destinations. The expanded consideration will apply to the 2026 restaurant selection, which is set to be released later this year. And US 6 west of Golden has reopened in both directions after a long closure because of a, quote, technical rescue of an injured hiker. Elsewhere, snow is beginning to move into the state, and that can create slick conditions.
Support for NPR comes from this station. And from Progressive Insurance, where drivers can compare direct rates using Progressive's rate comparison tool. Customers can see options and rates side by side. More at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE. From the Charles Stewart Mott Foundation, celebrating a century of supporting efforts to promote a just, equitable, and sustainable society. More at mott.org/100. And from the George Lucas Educational Foundation, creator of Edutopia. For 35 years, sharing what works in schools today and working to inspire new ways to learn tomorrow. More at edutopia.org. This is NPR.
This is CPR News, 89.5 FM, KPRN Grand Junction, 88.3 FM, KPRH Montreux, 88.3 FM, KPYR Craig.
It was a Mylar party balloon that posed no threat. NPR News, Washington.
Hello.
Attorney General Pam Bondi sparred with Democrats on Capitol Hill today as they pressed her on the release of files related to convicted Jeffrey Epstein and the Justice Department's targeting of President Trump's perceived enemies. NPR's Ryan Lucas explains.
Democrats very frustrated at times. Here's one exchange between Bondi and the panel's top Democrat, Maryland's Jamie Raskin.
You can let her filibuster all day long, not on our watch, not on our time. No way. I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, oh, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Raskin was a constitutional law professor. Georgia Democrat Hank Johnson described Bondi's testimony as a sort of Jekyll and Hyde act. He said she was nice to Republicans and then turned into Hyde on Democrats. Bondi did go after one Republican, though. That was Kentucky's Thomas Massey, and he's the Republican who helped spearhead the effort to get the Epstein files released.
NPR's Ryan Lucas reporting. President Trump met today with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. NPR's Franco Ordonez reports the two leaders focused their discussion on U.S. talks with Iran.
President Trump says he insisted that negotiations with Iran continue to see if a deal on Iran's nuclear program can be reached. The Prime Minister signaled ahead of the meeting that he was concerned about the direction of the talks and wanted to ensure that Israel's needs were taken into consideration. A person familiar with the matter told NPR that Israel feels the talks are futile and that further military strikes are inevitable. Israel would join in those strikes. In a social media post, Trump says he told Netanyahu that his preference was to continue talks. If the deal can't be reached, Trump again floated the idea of more strikes on Iran. The president said they also discussed Gaza and stability in the Middle East. Franco Ordonez, NPR News.
Hey, it's my life. How are you?
NPR News from Washington.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. RWJF is a national philanthropy.
Well, check this out. I doubt there's anything there, but I'll be right back.
Privilege, but a right.
No, for crystals.
This is CPR News. I'm Nathan Fernando Frascas. The Cherry Creek School District is taking new steps to gain public trust following a period of administrative upheaval. CPR education reporter Jenny Brandine has more.
The district announced an external audit that will focus on internal controls and fiscal responsibilities. The move comes after the sudden resignation of the superintendent and the administrative leave of his wife, the head of HR, following media reports of a toxic culture and potential conflicts of interest. Parents like Shada Ramadan filled a school board meeting room Monday asking for a public forum.
An opportunity to ask questions and receive actual answers. We are not asking for PR scripted responses. We are asking for accountability.
The district has also frozen funds for certain travel and all new contracts. Jenny Brandine, CPR News.
Democratic Congressman Jason Crow says Coloradans and Americans should be appalled that President Donald Trump is using Department of Justice prosecutors to target and silence political opponents. This comes after a Washington, D.C. grand jury declined to indict Crow and other Democrats who filmed a video reminding service members they can decline an unlawful order.
It is exactly what people think it is, and know it is. It is Donald Trump trying to order up political prosecutions against his opponents, and he has political hacks in charge of the department who are following him and doing that bidding.
Crow's attorney sent a letter to the U.S. Attorney for D.C. from the office to preserve all evidence related to its unsuccessful efforts to indict Crow for possible legal action of his own.
It's been a good day, though, for the most part.
From NPR News, this is All Things Considered. I'm Elsa Chang in Culver City, California.
And I'm Scott Detrow in Washington. Top immigration officials are testifying on Capitol Hill this week ahead of Friday's deadline to fund the Department of Homeland Security. Democrats have refused to fund DHS without changes to how federal agents conduct immigration sweeps, and Republicans are reluctant to approve significant reforms to an immigration enforcement operation that they broadly support. So how can the parties find any common ground before DHS runs out of money on Friday? We've invited on two lawmakers, one from each party, to talk about all of this. Republican Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania and Democratic Congressman Tom Suozzi of New York. Together, they co-chair the Problem Solvers Caucus. They both penned a letter to the White House urging President Trump to take this moment to consider a broader bipartisan fix to immigration and immigration enforcement. Thanks to both of you for coming on.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Let me start with this. I'll start with Congressman Fitzpatrick, then turn to. I want you both work together a lot. You talk about finding common ground, getting solutions. So I actually would love to start with what the biggest area you disagree on when it comes to immigration, when it comes to immigration enforcement. Because I mean, that tells us a lot about the possibility of a deal. Congressman Fitzpatrick, let me.
In terms of policy, both of us agree that the border needs to be secured. Both of us agree that we need to be humane and show compassion when it comes to enforcement in the interior. Both of us agree that you have to separate out the dangerous, violent offenders who pose a public safety threat from the people that are here in this country undocumented who have committed no other crime other than crossing the border. You know, Tom may disagree, but you know, in my communications with him, there's been no distance whatsoever.
Yeah, we don't disagree between the two of us, and I think there are a lot of Democrats and a lot of Republicans that could easily come to a way forward to, as Brian said, to secure the border, to fix the broken asylum system, to legalize a bunch of people that have been here for more than 9 years since President Trump first came into office. The problem is that the people that are most involved in politics these days, most passionate in politics, are often off at the extreme edges. So we have to do the hard work of functioning in what is a toxic environment to say, listen, we share more in common than what divides us. Let's try and push that through.
So the two of you seem to be mostly on the same page and saying there is a path forward here. I think it's clear to everybody that Congress as a whole is not necessarily on that page. And I'm wondering what you think the biggest challenge is, whether it's a short-term deal, whether it's a longer-term deal. What is the biggest sticking point? Is it the idea of any sort of restrictions on ICE and Border Patrol operating within the U.S.? Do you think it's something else?
I really need your guys' help.
Restrictions on the way that ICE is operating now. I think that we
I really need your help.
Hit a tipping point after Alex Preddy was killed, and you know, I've long said that, you know, the president's right, we have to secure the border. The president's right, we have to deport violent criminals. The president's right, we have to go after violent cartels. But he's squandering any success he's had in that respect on these raids that are taking place that are really have been, I believe, illegal and immoral in many ways. And you know, they're economically unwise, they're socially destructive, and they're morally wrong. And
I'm out in the middle of nowhere.
Are leading in a position. No, we want to go after the gangs. We don't want to go after the gardeners.
So Representative Fitzpatrick, everything that Representative Suozzi just said, how many Republicans in the House do you think would buy more?
Believe it or not, the majority. The challenge, unfortunately, is politics gets in the way for a lot of these people. We're not going to get to an agreement on all the things that need to be fixed with us in a week. It's not going to happen. It's going to take time. It's going to take a lot of
I'm really
conversations,
stressed
just
out.
like we had post-George Floyd. But in terms of ICE, we should all agree that the mask should come off. We should all agree on the need for body cameras 24/7.
Well, I don't think the White House agrees on the mask question, though, and that
Well, that's, listen, I'm speaking on my own behalf, and I'm also telling you the conversations that I have with the community and with my colleagues, where they agree.
You are both saying things that I think you can hold the majority of Americans would agree with, right?
Yeah. I'm doing good.
We're living in a world where
Stressed out that,
if anything,
I mean, I still can't get into my DoorDash
direction.
account.
Both
It's
sides get
bugging the
more
fuck out of me.
redistricting.
One of the biggest problems we have.
Sure. And you have seen immigration and ICE and Border Patrol enforcement become something that has terrified a lot of Americans, become something political crises we've seen in a long time. So I guess my question is, given the reality of the world we are facing right now, what do you both think the path forward is in this Congress for this issue that you both clearly care about?
I will answer that question. I think that for the immigration issue with DHS funding, which is the issue before us right now, we do very, very short-term CR extensions that are always coupled with one reform, right? So what's the easiest reform that we can all agree on? Let's say body cams, right? So how about we do a 2-week extension of DHS funding and we add that one reform? And then if we want another 2-week or another month extension, we add another reform that we all agree to. That way, at least incrementally, we make that progress and we get to where we need to be.
That is Republican Congressman Patrick of Pennsylvania and Democratic Congressman Tom Suozzi of New York. They are co-chairs of Problem Solvers Caucus. Thanks for talking to us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
AI is coming for the Supreme Court. The court is an institution steeped in tradition and resistant to quick changes in the way that it does things. But like it or not, the justices are about to see artificially created versions of themselves, basically avatars, come to life. Now the avatars will say things that the justices actually said in court, comments that, until now, only people in the courtroom could hear. NPR Legal Affairs correspondent Nina Totenberg has this story.
Northwestern professor Jerry Goldman has been creating ways to make the Supreme Court more accessible to the public since 1996, when his nonprofit project entitled Oyez went live on the internet. The site sought to provide audio of the court's oral arguments and opinion announcements in every case decided by the Supreme Court dating back to 1955, when the court began taping. Here, for instance, is Justice William Brennan announcing an opinion in an important libel case in 1967.
Although honest utterance, even if inaccurate, may further the fruitful exercise of the right of free speech, it does not follow that the lie, knowingly and deliberately published, should enjoy like immunity.
Professor Goldman's Oyez project was a huge deal because until the early 1990s, the public had no idea the court had been taping its proceedings. And the process for preserving the tapes was so helter-skelter that many of those recordings were lost. What's more, access to the audio was severely limited. Indeed, nobody outside the court had access until months and months after the case was heard and decided. Only at the beginning of the next term were the audio tapes generally made available publicly from the prior term. It wasn't until 2020, when COVID-19 shut down the country, that the court was essentially forced to allow every oral argument to be broadcast live, with the justices linked by phone line and the public able to listen in. And after the pandemic, the justices continued the live audio. That has left just one part of the court's public business unavailable on a same-day basis: the all-important announcements of decisions summarized by the justices from the bench, as well as, on occasion, oral dissents. To this day, the old system of limiting access until the following term remains intact, so that only those people actually in the courtroom can hear and see the drama of the day. Now, Goldman's team is experimenting with making that drama ever more real, even though the audio remains unavailable for months. They're using AI to recreate what the people in the courtroom not only heard, but what they saw. Professor Goldman.
Since it's public in the courtroom, it should be public for everyone. That's simple.
But with no cameras allowed in the Supreme Court, how is Goldman creating the visuals? Answer: essentially with avatars. And it wasn't easy, says University of Minnesota professor Timothy Johnson, one of the architects of the project, along with Spooler, an AI design company.
We have a number of bloopers where they would give the AI robot a particular command and it would do something completely uncanny.
In the end, by using photos and videos from the justices' public appearances, they were able to create video versions matched with the existing real audio. There were, of course, ethical questions they had to tackle. Should they make the video look completely real or do something to tell the viewer it is not? In the end, they opted for slightly cartoonizing the video and clearly marking it AI generated, so viewers would know what was real, the audio, and what was not, the video. In their first foray into this brave new world, for instance, they've created a visual of Chief Justice John Roberts announcing the court's 6-3 decision that granted then former President Trump and all future former presidents complete immunity from prosecution for any core official actions while in office, no matter how nefarious.
The president is the only official who alone composes an entire branch of government. He has duties of unrivaled gravity and breadth.
And if the president must make decisions knowing that he could be prosecuted for those decisions after leaving office, said Roberts,
there is great risk that his decision-making will be distorted while he is in office.
Following Roberts is Justice Sonia Sotomayor in dissent.
This new official acts immunity now lies about like a loaded weapon for any president that wishes to place his own interests, his own political survival, or his own financial gain above the interests of the nation.
This, of course, is radio. So if you want to see the video, go to npr.org. Nina Totenberg, NPR News, Washington.
I'm worried, but what else am I supposed to do?
You're listening to All Things
Yeah, that's
Considered
pretty.
from NPR News.
The World Central Kitchen is an organization providing 1 million meals a day in Gaza. Coming up next, the founder of that organization explains how that actually happens. Here.
Years of widespread hunger across the territory. But in recent months, the ceasefire has allowed World Central Kitchen to rapidly increase its activity there. And for the latest update, we're joined by its founder, Chef Jose Uncas. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being with us. Well, first of all, congratulations on hitting the Tell me more about what an operation serving that many meals a single day.
Hey, what's up, Mom? What are you doing? I appreciate that. So I'm still waiting on them to call me back up or email me, letting me know what's going on. I still can't get on DoorDash. I'm just waiting. Hello. Hey, come here. I just had a red-tailed hawk fly right in front of me. Literally, like, right in front of me. Hello. Yeah, they are. They're huge. They're beautiful. Sorry for the bumpiness, guys. I'm trying to keep it at a minimum. So I uploaded a bunch of old live streams, just shorts, just a couple shorts. So that way I can keep up on my stuff. I'm trying to get monetized. Somebody left an old camper out here. Well, somebody probably still living in there. This town is fucking weird. So what has everybody been up to today? Oh, I got a light taken away, that sucks. No, but seriously, what's everybody up to? I'm kind of wondering. I think I found another metasequoia seed right here. Cool little formation either way. Washboard. You guys want a crystal? Here you go. Real pretty. Take a couple puffs off of this before I head back. I really don't have anything else better to do. I think I'm gonna go over there, play some video games for a while. That's pretty much it. Watch some TV. I don't know. All right, I can't even watch TV. It's fucking watch phone, I should say. So if anybody can donate, that would sure help. I got Cash App and PayPal. I mean, if you guys can't do that, either way, it's all good. Pond. Been passing a lot of these little ponds, stock ponds. Welcome to my life, guys.
Acceptable and miscarriage of justice in so many cases. And in Boulder County, we're continuing to see the ripple effects of that, including on murder cases.
On Wednesday, a handful of people were inside and outside the courtroom in support of Woods. Others who were there have criticized her over the effects of her alleged actions. For example, some previously convicted people have been released and await new trials. These problems have also cast doubt on the state lab in the cases that Woods was not involved. So some Coloradans worry that justice won't be served in their criminal cases.
It's the first time that I've actually kind of come face to face with her, and that hit me a little bit harder than I actually thought it would.
Tamara Dean Harney attended the arraignment. Harney's dad was killed about 40 years ago in a case that was recently solved with DNA evidence handled by Woods. Harney says because of the questions around that evidence, she ended up agreeing to a plea deal that sentenced her father's killer to 32 years.
It was devastating. He should have been life in prison for murdering my dad. He took my dad away for the rest of his life. And this guy has been living free and now possibly will still get to have some life on the backside of his prison term. And that is attributed to Missy Woods.
Harney says she's not surprised by the not guilty plea, and she'll keep following the case.
She's affected not only my life, but so many people's lives. She needs to pay for that.
The trial for Woods has been scheduled to start in September. I'm Ava Kiel, NPR News.
So I'm gonna accept this order from Proxy Picks. It's $20. I'm gonna see if it's still there. Hello, how are you doing? What? What happened? No, seriously, what happened? I didn't hear anything. I haven't seen Toyota in a couple days or anything. He would have been able to tell me, but I haven't heard from him at all. Almost a week now. I don't know if I said something wrong or... Anyway, yeah. I didn't hear anything though. What happened? Oh, I heard something about there being a mass shooting over there in Canada. That's what I heard. But I don't know any of the details or anything like that. I found a bunch of neat fossils though. See? Real pretty looking. Some coral. There's this right here. Little gemstones. I think this right here personally is one of my favorites. You can't see it quite right, but I did some fossil hunting again today. I did fossil hunting yesterday too. Did a bunch of fossil hunting yesterday. Found all kinds of neat little stuff.
That they are escaping from authoritarian and totalitarian governments that using like that part of their family to get you to come down for an interrogation. And how
Two totally separate areas too.
she spent one night
so quote female that she does not get in the hotel and she does not engage in sexual or physical.
What is this guy doing? He's driving down my side of the road.
Says at no time did anyone from the government ask about her refugee status and reported reason for arrest. It says she's afraid of abuse.
Do we know if ICE is detaining any other children at hotels without their parents?
This girl's allegations are the first I've heard of us. Allegations yesterday on healthy children in hotel rooms overnight with federal agents is a regular practice and a good policy that allows for
Strange.
And I understand that we're learning more about conditions of detention. What's the latest?
More details have come out as the two players rights group visited within 1 day to submit the DHS as allowing detainees access to legal counsel.
It's $20. I'm gonna see what it's all about.
Says in filing a development performance marketing private area numbers or list of main groups society shackled and
This requirement requires you to print and fill out second page of PDF.
That is specific Minnesota.
The U.S. Women's Olympic Hockey Team had a historic win over happening yesterday, possibly inspiring the next generation of Olympians. Thousands of young women play hockey across the country. There's 23 make the women's hockey team every 4 years. From member station WXXI in Rochester, New York, Veronica Voltar takes us
I can't do it.
with odds.
The Red Room
It won't let me do it.
decked out. Red and blue balloons, noisemakers, big frosted cake that says Go Team USA. There are about 40 players
Unable to print document.
called PK Selects, and they're all glued to the US campaign. On the screen, they watch Team USA run a power play that ends in scrum.
I don't have a printer, and I don't have any access to a printer.
Bishop Kristen Sims punches the puck over the line. But when their former teammate's goal is contested, it's personal. The girls cheer and cheer through a series of challenges until the officials make their final ruling. The goal counts. Sims is one of 5 Bishop County alums playing for the U.S., with 3 more playing for other countries.
Our dreams of being in the Olympics is really not that far off from like these girls. As internal as a team, they paved the way for us. So now we get to watch them like just in taking off and succeeding so much.
Chelsea Walkman is the head coach for the older girls. She says it's an amazing thing to watch former students on Olympic ice.
They've certainly.
Oh, I know. Isn't it so cool? I'm excited.
It's just got our athletes chomping at the bit and excited to see.
I don't know where to go from here.
Bishop Kearney is
I'm
a
kind of
small
like
Catholic school.
rolling around in
Not exactly
circles
a
at
place
this
you'd
point.
expect to be
I don't have any money. I don't have any way to get any more food. My fucking funds are out. I don't have any money. I'm scared because like as of right now, I'm fucked. I straight up I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do. Because I still can't log in. And it's scary. I mean, what am I supposed to do? No, I haven't even been able to get into my DoorDash account for the last 2 days. That's why the last couple days I haven't been working, because it took me out of my account. I'm on my live every single day explaining that. I even like it's sucky. It really fucking sucks. I have no income right now. I'm like completely fucking utterly broke. As of right now, I'm gonna go and spend the rest of my money on gas, and at that point, I don't even have any money for because it was for they need a valid and up-to-date current driver's license. I have it, but it's not in a physical form. They said it could take up to 2 weeks. And so at this point, I have no idea what the fuck I'm gonna do. I have no idea. I'm stressed out beyond belief. I'm trying to figure out ways to keep my mind occupied so I don't drive myself insane thinking about me not being able to work, throw myself into a frenzy and put myself into a panic attack and end up in the hospital. I can't do that. I've had that happen before. I can't have that. That's why I'm on my YouTube, so I don't go insane. They said it was due to systematic procedures that they have to follow once in a great while. The mind over matter. It was a systematic ID check because there's been a lot of dashers. Yeah, Yeah, I talked to the DoorDash support and everything, and I'm gonna call them back here in a little while and see what's going on because I still can't get on. I mean, I've already sent them the information and everything. Totally good. They shut all of them down. They don't run. They're not running. They only run twice a month. Twice a month. This place is fucking evil. Like straight up, you can't get help around here. Bottom line. I mean, as of right now, I'm homeless. I don't know what the fuck to do. No, they won't. No, they won't. I've already gone to the churches. They're saying, oh, well, you need to go to the homeless shelter, check in with them, sign in, and I'll be able to hand you a box of groceries. So I have to go live at the homeless shelter to be able to go get get that stuff. I mean, I've already tried. I've already been down that route. I've already been there. I've already tried that. As of right now, I'm between a rock and a hard place, and that fucking that rock is getting closer to that hard place, and it's just squishing me alive. You know, metaphorically speaking, of course. Yeah, but the thing is, they closed the only other shelter in town. They shut it down. There is no more homeless shelter here in town. Unless I'm mentally unstable and I can prove it with documents, they won't take me at the Joseph Center. So that's out of the question. Those are the only two resources they have, and one of them just closed. And the only other option is to claim crazy, so I can get funds. And I'm not crazy. I never have been, and I never will be. I have stayed in shelter before. Very uncomfortable. There is drug use rampant through there. It's not a bad scene. If you want to stay off of drugs, you stay out of there. I refuse to be subjugated to people that are on drugs. I can't stand people that are on drugs. You know what I mean? Can't fucking stand them. Here. They said it was supposed to rain, but I don't see that coming in. rain and snow mix by this evening. I know one thing. I need to figure this all out, and it's not helping just not doing it. I mean, I already talked to the people that I need to talk to, though, and they said they're going to get back to me, so I just don't fucking know what I'm going to do. I'm scared. I mean, literally, I'm truly and honestly scared right now, because that's how I made my money, and I can't even make any money right now. I mean, I was making good money last week. I did $1,000 fucking dollars and change in 1 week, 5-day period. And now I've made $83 since fucking Monday. It's Wednesday now. Best believe I'm fucking scared. I'm just waiting on DoorDash to send me the information I need, and they're not. Sorry, I'm not very talkative right now, guys. What are you guys up to anyway? How's your day been? I will be. I appreciate you. I've been wondering about you. I wondered if you're okay. I haven't heard from you just a little bit here and then, you know. No, you don't have to feel bad for me. Just pray for me, you know. Because as of right now, I mean, I just don't know what to do. I'm out of fucking, I got plenty of fucking oomph. I just don't know where to go. I just don't know where to go, you know, from here. Because as of right now, I'm trying to figure it out, and it's just not working. I mean, everything I'm trying to do is just not fucking working, and it's not right. I'm trying, and I'm trying, and I'm trying. Hey, Google, call mom. See if I can meet up with her later on. I just don't know what to do. I am freaked the fuck out. She's mad at me too for some reason. That's weird.
With 3 successive balls. Ronnie William with the Association of Cricket Statisticians and Historians compares it to when a pitcher with baseball has 3 consecutive strikeouts.
But at cricket, trust me, it is a passion.
He says that the phrase appeared in the 1800s. British newspapers began to report of some cricketers being awarded a hat after achieving what's now known as a hat trick. It's unclear who exactly coined the term, but it beat out other contenders, including Beat and
Only the account which the policy got it in.
the free hat tradition began to fade between the end of World War I and the start of World War II, according to the lead. But there is a sport today where the act of giving a hat or a hat trick lives on. Ty DeLillo is a hockey historian who has written about hat tricks. During his research, he found
In the 1920s and 30s, I would start to see it in the newspapers in North America, mainly in Canada, only in the NHL.
Are you? Hey, Aaron, are you still here?
It was just, they called it a hat trick.
DeLillo believes the term carried over from cricket. But who introduced the term? Well, that's up for debate between 2 hat shops in Canada, one in Toronto and one in Montreal. In both origin stories, the store owners gifted a free hat to a player as a publicity stunt. Since then, fans have taken part in the action. DeLillo is hoping to see a hat trick during the hockey tournament at this year's Winter Olympics in Milan, and that fans from all over the world celebrate by flinging their hats onto the ice. Juliana Kim, NPR News.
You're listening to All Things Considered from NPR News. Support for NPR comes from this station and from San Jose State University, with 100 plus graduate and research programs ranging from AI to wildfire science.
Well, we're back at
Their
Love's.
graduates and their ideas
Right.
are working to fuel innovation in Silicon Valley and beyond. From the SciSims Foundation, since 1985,
I had to check
supporting
something real
advances
quick.
in science, education, and the arts towards a fairer, more just, and civil society. More information is available at scisimsfoundation.org. And from Progressive, Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses, from retailers to tradespeople. Progressive covers a variety of business needs with a range of coverages. More at progressivecommercial.com.
This is CPR News, 89.5 FM KPRN Grand Junction, 88.3 FM KPRH Montrose, 88.3 FM KPYR Craig, and at CPR.org.
Try this.
Support comes from Safeway, offering online shopping with featuring fresh flowers, baked goods for delicacies. Safeway aims to make grocery sales. Safeway advertising. The park is set to welcome the 35th annual Lunar New Year celebration. Join Denver February 21st and 22nd for a vibrant festival of performances, food, and all ages activities.
English writer Isabella Bird arrives in Estes Park in 1873. Her body is worn down by crime, but the Rockies restore her, and a sickly Victorian woman becomes an avid adventurer, at home, in open air, and at altitude. Enter Mountain Jim Nugent, buckskin clad, face scarred by a bear. Beneath a rough exterior, he's a well-read, articulate philosopher. Isabella notices him. Jim notices her. Long walks stretching to long talks. Poses. She's in love, but also clear-eyed. Any woman would love him, she writes, but no sane woman will marry him. Isabella chooses independence and leaves Colorado. Later, she learns her dear Desperado is dead. But the last sight of Mountain Jim stays with Isabella. His golden hair mellow in the sunshine, slowly leading into the air over the snowy plains back to Estes Park. Colorado Postcard with the support of Colville Company.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Riley Martin. The House has passed the latest Republican attempt to enact new requirements for voting and registration for federal elections. The response to law reports it faces tough odds in the Senate.
The bill is known as the Vote Save America Act, and it's the second major effort by House Republicans since last year to require U.S. citizens to show their birth or naturalization certificate, passport, or another document proving their citizenship when registering to vote in federal elections. The bill would also require showing a photo ID when casting a ballot. Supporters of the bill say they're trying to prevent illegal voting by non-U.S. citizens, which is incredibly rare. The voting rights groups are concerned that the bill, if enacted, would make it harder for many eligible voters to vote. Surveys suggest 1 in 10 adult U.S. citizens do not have their citizenship documents or do not quickly find them to show the next day. The bill is passed in the House, and it's not clear there are enough votes for it to pass in the Senate. To go on the Fair News Washington.
A group of refugees is suing the Department of Homeland Security. They say immigration agents illegally arrested them as part of the Trump administration's review of their legal status as asylum seekers. Plaintiffs is a teenage girl in Minnesota and said that the Minnesota Public Radio was.
According to the court document she filed, they took the girl to a detention center where they once they began sooner. A court order prevented them from sending the team from the state. One agent told the girl to call her family and ask them to get her report, and if they did, ICE would send all 7 of them to Texas. After the family opted not to rights, ICE decided to take them to a hotel. The team's attorney says no man is accused of any crime or violating immigration laws. The alleges that ICE was trying to deport people illegally as refugees by using the girl.
Minnesota Public Radio's Matt Seven reported. The chief executive of Instagram said in a Los Angeles courtroom today that the social media app is not clinically addictive. There's Robbie Allen reports the start of a landmark trial against Meta and YouTube for the harms of social media.
Instagram CEO Adam Mosseri took the witness stand to fight allegations that Meta deliberately designed the app to create nothing. As far as the trial, should the outcome of thousands of investigations. It's like Juliana Harlan-Vidal. 17-year-old retired co-worker was killed by a pet when she met on Instagram. The action says the daughter was what issues worse.
No one really did the connection at all with social media. It wasn't even discussed, right? It was always something else. She has depression, she has anxiety. They label it and want to give medications for it, but they never wanted to figure out behaviorally what was going on.
Meta said the trial demonstrated long-standing commitment to supporting the PR Los Angeles.
U.S. stock index is slipping slightly today. NPR News.
So we're brand new on spreading PR stations. Under contributors and paid American Foundation. Through the Schmidt Family Foundation, working toward a healthy, resilient, secure world for all. On the web at Schmidt.org. This is NPR. This is NPR News. I'm David Francis. Mr. Dean's Big Farm Company was paying more than $300,000 to 3 former employees. As they were repeatedly abused, mistreated, and harassed by the lawsuits. CPR's Richard Sheridan.
Levi's Farms owns primarily crops near Britain. Federal officials have repeatedly failed to take steps to stop male managers from harassing employees. One manager repeatedly worked in the fresh hours without knowing. Other women reported compositions, vocal sexual advances, and attention. The employees were 45 to retaliate against the department. Midwest Farmers does not admit to being robbed or has agreed to the payment of trade. The settlement will go to Cleveland. A representative from the West will not return call or I'm Allison Shippers, News.
Democratic Congressman Jason Breyer says Colorado's Americans should give all the President Donald Trump is using Department of Justice prosecutors to target and cite political opponents. A Washington, D.C. grand jury declined to indict Breyer and the Democrats who pulled the video of being service members they put on the non-voter.
Exactly what people think it is. I know it is. And if Donald Trump put up the prosecution against his opponents, and has political action of the department for following them through that.
This is CPR News at 6:06.
Support funds for Colorado and their company hosted their third annual IPA Fest starting February 18th with special tactics from Colorado Brewers and Superpower IPA events. Learn more at coloradobrewing.com.
It's all things considered in the area of time and
And in Silver California, Attorney General Dan Wellington testified today for members of the House. The hearing often turned back. Democrats were responding to 7 officials on the Epstein files and the Justice Department's coordinated investigations for enemies. NPR Justice Correspondent watching the whole thing and joins us now. Can we first talk about the considering what it
Look, I have watched on congressional hearings. This one was really something. It's almost like 2 different hearings rolled into one, and by that I mean one responded very differently with 4 exceptions to questions from Republicans compared to how she responded to Republicans. She was friendly, she addressed the actual question. With Democrats, she was more often than not trying to choose the subject, to tackle them correctly. Democrats were very frustrated at times. Here's one exchange between Bobby and his top leader from the other 2 years. You can let her feel this all day long. You're not on the railroad bus. You're not on the railroad bus. Railway. Right? So you got me. You know, you can't tell me how I did tell you because I saw what you did in the Senate. For the record, Prosecute was a constitutional law professor at Georgia Democrat named Johnson described one as testimony that sort of Jekyll and Hyde act. He said she was next Republicans and then turned into Hyde on Democrats. He did go after one Republican voter against the Republican vote spearhead the
main targets of the jury. Now we know the Justice Department is going to have really bad investigations. What more did lawmakers want to talk about?
Look, this has been a political news for the Trump administration. The Democrats have been eager to focus on this man. Several times, the Democrats, in fact, the group of women in the hearing room who were viewpoints of abstaining at one point. At some points, they were even asked to stand up. But Democrats criticized the department for failing to produce all the files by the deadline required.
See, I'm just trying to figure out this, guys. I'm trying to figure it all out.
The actions that the Justice Department made with the files that includes names of conspirators, and in some instances, not redacted names or photos of victims. So, we're asking of staggering confidence, holding a difference in jaded loyalty towards more than 1,000 victims raped, abused, and drowned. This screams cover up.
Questions about the agency.
More often than not, she's been on the interview for him, so she responded to Trump's massive interest.
This guy is Trump brainless. He needs to be your failed politician.
That's a Republican who asked this question. On several other occasions, Bobby accused lawmakers of theatrics, she framed the subject. At one point, though, she did try to defend the department handle the file. She said the department worked hard to do proper actions. She said they've taken action with these problems. With those, they were brought to the point.
Switching gears a little bit to another topic that has been a big deal during the last 2 years, and that is the Justice Department's
said that ending the Reported Weaponization was a major accomplishment. First, Republicans made Democrats, and surprisingly did not. They put it to a long list of presidents for some decades that have been investigated and prosecuted by the Justice Department. It was Director James Comey, General Patricia James, Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, and Democratic lawmakers in the party. Video urging U.S. military members not to follow along. Several of these cases have been challenged in prosecutions against the court. The grand jury just yesterday refused to indict Democratic lawmakers. Norwegian scary runs liability so good, he just might be previously prosecuted. And we somehow takes hold in all 6 competitions, he will be the most successful local prosecutor skier of all time. At first, of course, a few weeks ago, cross country in Switzerland, competitor Johannes Diego made news on the TV broadcast in Norway. Not because he finished first, but because he almost crashed and raced 17. Cameras captured Pogo angrily tossing his ski finish. He then skipped interviews and evaded a Norwegian TV station and sent a reporter to his hotel. Before that event, Diego had won his last 21 sprint races in the world, the best in the world.
It's one thing to get there, but to stay at the top and stay healthy and stay injury free and stay out of controversy, all those things, is not an easy thing to do.
Keegan Randall is a retired U.S. evidence. She said the Norwegian has shown an unusual mastery of cross-country sprinting, which up until Diego was a notoriously unlucky performer. Crashes, chaotic corners, and tactical decisions that made it almost impossible for any one athlete to dominate.
He seems to have an uncanny ability to stay on his feet, to stay out of trouble, and he does it while not necessarily just leading the front. You know, you wonder if some of the other athletes go into racing thinking that it's possible to do it, or whether they really are waiting for some place.
Diego has often excelled in the short distance sprint, but last year when cross-country skiers world championships were held in his home city of Toronto, he won gold in all 5 other events, including the 30-mile marathon. The Olympics is a different animal. It's not on the swim trails, and there's another level of international pressure and attention. But rivals and pundits say within a sweep of 6 medals is without question. In an interview with NPR earlier this year, Diego left the door to having to the Olympics everything else. Having the champions possible. Leading opportunities dominating the championship performance last year, Diego was living like a monk. Alcohol, bringing his father into the company. Other athletes not quite let up this year. But so far, Diego has been wrong. In a recent podcast appearance, he described his intense brand of competitiveness.
Hey, I don't know what to do here.
Recent party game. My siblings are able to lie to me. And for me, it was like, there was a competition. It's just a shot at that. It was so good at playing. It's a competition. That's what they're doing here. It's not the most fun for other athletes.
Adding new driver's license.
The top American Olympic skier Gus Schumacher says the 100 reason that Diego has been men were really in anyone who's the Norwegian, it's causing celebration. It sucks a little bit because like if you win, whatever expected.
Updating.
One of us wins, and the world does a part of it. It's really fun. Just something you inspire a ton of people. Schumacher will face Diego in as many as 6 cross-country events in a week. For NPR News, I'm Aaron.
The group of British has been walking for more than 3 months for Texas, Washington, D.C., all the way that walk ceremony leading Victor ceremony as a trip has resonated with many people for the owners of this industry. Unto knows that aggressive job. Set out on the terms personally, but seemingly uninterested. The leader of general leadership have not been around. Since we want to look at sort of nature, we have not walked in from Fort Texas to Washington, D.C. to bring you any peace.
Hey Ash, I need to change my driver's license information. Yeah. Yes. I need to update my driver's license. My old one expired and I need to update to my new one. I don't know how to. No. Android. No. You said account? Can you explain that to me? Can you Yes. Yes. Okay. No. No. Yes. Yes. Yes, please. Yes. No. I need to update my driver's license. How do I do that? How do I do that? I need to talk to an operator. Yes, I'm having an issue updating my driver's license information. They gave me this information that I'm supposed to click on, but it doesn't give me any information on how to submit my new driver's license. Yes, ma'am. I'm just really worried here. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. It doesn't. It doesn't give me. It doesn't give me that information though. It doesn't show me how to do that. That's why I'm calling you because I'm very confused. I mean, yes, ma'am. There's no. I didn't get any steps though. What are the steps? It doesn't. It doesn't tell me. I mean, I'm on here. I'm looking, and it just tells me what my report was. Yes, ma'am. Okay. But it doesn't give me that. It doesn't give me the ability to say update anything. I mean, it just. I'm just telling you, it doesn't. It doesn't give me the option to update anything. Yes, ma'am. I just don't understand why it's not letting me update anything. I mean, like from this, even it says open the candidate portal, which I did, and from there I go through the steps, which I did, and I go scroll all the way down, right down to the background report and all that. I just don't understand. The DoorDash report, correct? Okay, click on that, and then cannot provide information or updates regarding your employment status. Please contact your company and request questions in regards to the issue. So that's why I'm calling you, because it told me to call you guys. Yes, ma'am. The one that's on file, let's see. Hold on just a second. Let me pull it up. The driver's license we have on file here is Georgia. Okay, I don't even understand how I'm supposed to share it when I don't get any contact from them. So how am I supposed to do that? Can you explain that to me? Yes, let me pull that up real quick. Wow, I only have $7. This is scary. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Yes, my last, it was on February 9th, in the amount of $89.74. So I'm getting cold. I gotta turn the heater on. Yes, ma'am. Again, yes. Oh, the Dash Direct card. Hold on just a second. Yes, ma'am. Sorry about that, guys. Hello. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Hold on just a second. Just stay next to the phone. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. So you want me to end the call? All right, thank you so much. You have a great night, and hey, don't forget to smile, okay? And pray for me. I really need your prayers. Thank you, babe. Bye. Hey, if somebody could send me, you know, 5, 10, 20 bucks, I would sure appreciate it. I got a headache, guys. Thank you so much. I mean, I'm just out of options here, guys. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. They won't let me update my information. Oh, thank you, Jesus. So I got a little bit of a fever going on too. Don't feel good. I do not feel good. I'm freezing my ass off. I haven't had anything to eat. Life is just so great right now. Because honestly, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. If you guys are able and willing to help me out here, I would sure appreciate it. I mean, because it doesn't go unnoticed. My mom is sleeping on my sister's couch. My mom is homeless too. Same. Me too. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Is there anybody that's willing or able to send me a couple dollars so I can get some gas? Because that would sure help. Guys, I'm really worried about what I'm supposed to do. I mean, if you guys could give me any options, I'm more than willing to take that. Good times, everybody. I'm gonna go inside for a minute, use the bathroom. I'll be right back. You guys can wait for me. I'd sure appreciate it. I'll be right back. So I'm gonna go put the last of what I have in for gas. I don't know what to do here, guys. I am freaking the fuck out.
The town of Iola. Iola wasn't a very big town, but 15 foundations have appeared. You can barely see the grades of the Denver Fairbank Railroad that went by there. And the surrounding area had a lot of ranches, so there's a lot of ranch building foundations also. For the near field time.
Iola, Colorado, and 2 other communities were indeed sacrificed in the 1960s to make way for water. Well,
I'll be right back.
Swimming in the ocean of the disappeared towns, frozen beneath the surface, is its own kind of hero, isn't it?
And even when you're quote unquote swimming, you actually jump in and splash about a little bit and jump out. It's so cold. Anything in Gunnison Mountain, honestly, is so cold, even in the height of the summer.
With Gunnison, I think one of the strange Colorado things is I think that's the coldest spot in the state.
It generally is.
Yeah.
Most nights. Interestingly, at least it was hot that it is now colder as a result of the reservoir than it was previously. So that's pretty fascinating. I really can't explain exactly why, but I've only recently learned.
2 other towns were connected with Savoia, Management, and the largest in Sabanero. Why write about Iola with its 200 or so residents?
I don't know that I fully know the answer to that myself. And Ryan mentioned that the Blue Mesa Reservoir became so low with extreme drought in the West of 2018. I had already been working on this model for, I don't even know, well over a decade before that. And so I had been in Colorado isolation for a very, very long time. Never imagining, nobody in Pennsylvania imagined any of the towns, but Iola was the one that went larger because it's the closest to Gunnison. I'm not entirely sure why Iola itself was the one that I was most interested in. There was a train depot there. The train came through that Hill Valley originally. Iola was at a place originally in that area for loading cattle on the trains that happened to and so I think that there was a center point from the various directions that happened in Iola, and I think that this was very interesting to me. I also think it's a beautiful word. A lot of my novel, I chose the language very carefully to try to bring into the language of the novel the beauty of the natural landscape of the Hudson Valley that I love so much. And I even read, we can talk about it, but there's very, very little information about Iola previous to it being exposed to 2018. When I went to research it, it was actually incredibly difficult to get any information because it really was not documented. There are a couple of things that happened since then that I think we set our point
representation, but in 2018, no one was really knowing about it. But still to this day, the Wikipedia page for Iowa is very sentences. And one of those sentences says Iowa was named Iowa's because the Constable Club was a good. And I think that might have been one of the reasons I chose it as well. It's an include.
Were you able to excavate the provenance of Iowa in the word of the etymology?
No, I don't really know. You know, there is like romances. I don't know how that predates whatever, but I thought it was a beautiful word as well. And so yes, of those three towns was really that meant my imagination started moving.
So there you are writing in the town emerges as a cloud. I can imagine that haunting. It can actually be painful for folks who might have connections to.
I'm just trying to figure out how to get some money together, guys. Because as of right now, I don't know what the fuck to do. I really need some help here.
And so I will say the power of was the first one. And after that, first and it was the first time I ever saw it in media. And then in some of those interviews, people who had grown up in Iowa and before, and then some of them went back to see it, to walk through the remnants of the town. For some people, it was fascinating. For some people, it was nostalgic, but for most people, it was interesting. And I talked to them, so
I want to play just a bit more from Joe Hurt, local historian David Minus, describing more of the scene for 2018.
You first walk down to it, the first thing that strikes you is a growth of outbound. Which was interesting because a lot of the ranches grew outbound when I was there, and it's still growing today. After there's a little while, and then walk a little bit further down to the main street, so the foundation of the big little store, just in a store in that one. There was also standard services, pipes, and the gas costs there.
Data felt like this wild time. It was growing at the one, emerged, and then was revealed. Do you want to tell us about the flag?
Yeah, the flagpole in the center of it was outside of the schoolyard. That emerged, and on it was grants from some local farmer ranchers as well as some teachers from the children who went to school and the school bills. And that has been marinating under the expensive for all of these years since 1965. Here I was born at 7 years old, so that helps me keep track. But it was well over 50 years, he emerged and basically, which is back to the
Did you just use the word marinating? Iola was marinating in the film. You know, Shirley, you might want to think about a career in law.
Thank you, Ryan. I'll consider that.
Beyond Iola, there are towns with other reservoirs. The original town of Dillon, Stout, Colorado, is beneath Horsetooth Reservoir near Fort Collins. You must have had a rough layout of town and each road because you do name streets like more than one. You name businesses. And yet the Wikipedia page is 2 sentences or something. So was there a grid to study?
No, not at all. One of the wonderful things about this county for decades is that we have some extraordinary storytellers, local storykeepers, and then Bush, former state historian of the state collaborator. Several times a year we gather and listen to storytellers and see slides, and I think those storytellers growing up with them helped to evoke at least in my mind that I knew that I know at a good time, but I can't say that I knew the exact layout. I had to speculate on what I had told. Some photographs that I was able to dig out from the Colorado State Historical Society, and the name of the story, which was really strong. But I'm also going to say that this is a work.
Hey Google,
So though it's
what delivery services can I drive for in Grand Junction, Colorado?
for writing a narrative from your imagination. So it means along with this that the street going forward is actually in Ridgeway. But when I was reading the book, I was walking through Ridgeway, because I love Ridgeway, and I was walking up to North Laura, and then because I actually didn't know what the street names were in Iowa. So there was kind of magical where you have a certain level of license to be able to serve the street, serve the language. And the backdrop and context of my book is down in the wilderness reservoir, but a lot of the particulars of the story came from history.
We are hearing from Gunnison writer and educator Sherry Reed, spoke for an audience of Colorado Basic University in 2023. This is Colorado Members Service.
In the daily onslaught of news, a trusted guide is essential. I'm Bosley.
What produces for Colorado Today? Join us for a conversation with NPR's Eva Martinez.
What house stories are shaped under pressure, how to fight news fatigue, and find moments of joy.
Colorado Today Live, up first with Eva Martinez, the holiday theater in Denver, Washington.
Tickets at cpr.org/Colorado Today Live.
Supported in part by State agriculture officials are on high alert. A dangerous parasite will soon cross the U.S. southern border and make it to Colorado.
The challenge is if we don't catch those cases early, that's where it gets really, really tricky.
With state livestock and wildlife, learn about Colorado's preparations for the New World Screwworm. Come to CPR.org. We're back with Colorado veterans from CPR News and KRCC and Ryan Ford. When Gunnison author Sherry Reed published her debut novel, Bones of Rhythm, she had no idea. The bestseller now, topping a million copies. Reed joined me on stage in 2023 with an audience at Colorado Basic University. Her young protagonist, Victoria, is from Pittsburgh. As she comes of age, she's also coming to terms with a harsh reality. Her town, Iola, is about to be wiped off the map. Before the break, her book is a rented back to the future. You opened the door so I get to walk through it. So far as we can tell, we have people on the ground at a Western Slope Western students. So far as we can tell, teachers were not well. But of course, with the Western Slope. Yes. Then how could she not run?
I know. Thank you for throwing me that because I feel the same thing. Western Slope teachers are just really essential. We know that we can all agree that we are in the education, right? So then teachers are so famous and so beloved as our teachers, and they just sort of work their way into the I knew that's where you were going to go. Great advice. I can always get asked for that because I do, well, two things that are very interesting. One, you actually think that I've been on the blog book tour since the book was released in the United States and Europe. The book is actually translated 32 languages and although marched all over the world, no one is much. And grateful. But books were all throughout Europe. And the first question I get anywhere that is not Colorado is, do you really grow peaches in Colorado? People are stunned, they're shocked, they have no idea that we grow peaches in Colorado. And, of course, as a good generation Colorado, my answer is the best peaches in the world. We're also lucky, especially right now, is the beginning of late season, they all live in their active sweetness, and I'm so appreciative of that. So that's one thing. And the second thing, once I decided to bring in peaches into the neighborhood, very much as a symbol of the idea of growing against the odds, because do have this remarkable peaches in Colorado. It's not accidental. It's the result of some very careful cultivation, generation, expertise to create these beautiful peaches here in our state. And I wanted to learn more about that. So I interviewed a lot of attorneys. I'm fairly in the Norfolk Valley because I spent more time in the Grand Valley. They were so generous in to me. I talked to a lot of interns, and it was really lucky that it's totally gone. In my first draft of my book that they sent to me, one of the questions I asked them was, you were writing a story and you wanted to use this torture, growing against the odds, the idea of transportation, the idea of the science of your soil. I really wanted to use that thematic in the book. Would it have been possible to grow the community that I look at? And we had lots of conversations about that. Well, ultimately, they said they thought it's possible, maybe. Preferable? No. So the idea of why would you want to do that? They also.
Yo, what's up, Punk? How you doing?
It's to translate peach orchard.
This is why they're peach farmers and you're a non-peach.
It's true. I have a dear friend of mine who's a farmer, and I come from farmers ranches. That is my heritage, and I greatly want to feel it in my bones and in my garden. I told my friend once, I really wanted to be a farmer, and all she said was, oh, shut up. Don't romanticize farming.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yes, it is hard work, and I love work. It's so much.
This book, Go as a River, is not just about the displacement of our home, and it's mostly white residents. Displacement is a long theme.
Yeah, so my character, Victoria Mitch, the main character of the novel, as her character, my novel, it all started with the magical mystery woman. From the beginning of the novel, there was a sense of her own strength, individual has to gain that over the course of the novel through facing very extraordinary and difficult circumstances and choices. I knew that for Victoria, part of the because as a church, I slowly such a
I'm fucking hungry, guys. I'm like really fucking hungry, and I don't know what to do here.
to me, it is a special thing. And I wanted to so once it faced me, and I started thinking about this as a girl, I knew that I certainly wanted to ask about displacement in the rest of including on some level, whenever I was without including the indigenous were displaced was 500 extreme root living that same every summer. And it's not too close to that, but that displacement was also to me was layers of displacement are fascinating and painful. And so I wanted to include them to the degree that I was able. And I did that through
What are you guys up to? I mean, I could use some fucking help here, guys. I'm really short on funds. I just need some money for some food. That's all. If you guys could help me out with some food, I would sure appreciate it.
On the intersection of Maine and North Florida, he and Iola for my book. You want to go to that? Yeah. Everybody wants me to put that one. Victoria National was the very first person. And I think that for Victoria, most of it is a victory. For Victoria, Will, it is something different. It's something new. She had been very restricted as a woman in rural Ohio for years. She had been incredibly restricted in terms of how she knew, what she knew of herself, what her role was, what the possibilities were. She basically was restricted to her family after her mother. It also knew she was a different kind of person, and he appreciated her. So I think that there was a mutual appreciation of these two young people. That's why it's something very
Earn cash now.
But I think that there's
Earn cash now.
where they're able to transcend those emergent cultural biases that I tried to sort of unpack a little bit in the book. Where does the suspicion of otherness come from? Where does racism come from? How are those hideous ideas, that misrepresentation of the misunderstanding of the how is that perpetuated in our culture? And certainly a young indigenous drifter coming through a small town in the world in 1940.
I don't know what to do here, guys. Is there anybody out there that's willing to send me $10, $5, $10? I mean, I'm fucking, I'm struggling here. I don't know what the fuck I need, what to do here.
Biases, and I think that's a really important story.
Shelley Reed is a senior lecturer at Western Colorado University in the US. Her novel Go is a reference of blue compass. When we come back, these Blue Mesa reservoirs should destroy 3 towns. The villain of this book, plus what it means to Shelley to publish the first novel of the villains. You're with Colorado Matters for a second.
If you're over 70 and a half, you may be able to transfer funds from your IRA to Colorado Public Radio without paying additional royalty tax. The IRA charitable rollover is an excellent way to support Colorado Public Radio and receive tax benefits in return. An IRA rollover benefits satisfy all or part of the minimum required distribution. Contact your financial advisor to complete the transaction and find more details online at CPR.com. Support comes from Swallow Pool Music. A new session of music classes with guitar, piano, voice, and more begins March 2nd at the Broadway Hotel location in Denver. Details at swallowpoolmusic.com. On the next Fresh Shaker, investigative journalist Vicky Ward spent decades investigating sexual predator Jeffrey Epstein. She'll talk about the revelations of the Epstein files and the 3 million pages of documents that have been released to the public. The implications for the survivors. Join us. Coming your way next hour on CPR News URCC.
The novel Go is a love story.
I can't do DoorDash. Check this
It's
out.
also a global phenomenon.
They want me to verify my account, and I can't verify my account.
Feel like sacrificed town. The state's largest reservoir in this. Let's get back to the Victoria, author, mentions her. In contrast to Victoria, there's a character named Zelda. She says women are meant to carry more than grief and weakness. Such a powerful letter.
Says verify your identity to continue dashing. And I can't verify anything, it won't let me.
Who is Zelda?
Well, very grateful for Zelda. I have to say, Zelda showed up on final drafts of this novel many drafts, and I needed something. Victoria needed something. Zelda comes into it. She's really the first truly modern woman that we see in the novel. And what that means to me is that she has a sense of her own identity and a sense of her own possibilities, but also she knows that she will not be limited by societal expectation of what a woman can be. And Victoria has spent most of her life at this point with the novel, working very hard to...
I don't know what to do here. I mean, like, I am thoroughly and utterly lost as to what to do here. I mean, they said that they'd fix the account, they'd try to get the account back up and running. But in the meantime, I'm left here stranded without any money or any way to get any money. The only way I have money, the way to get money right now is through YouTube. I put my information, I tagged my information on here, pinned my information. I mean, that's all I can do, right?
Just the friend, I say in the book, Victoria's first friend, other than the teachers, and is a friend that has that sort of vision for her own life that is
I just don't know what to do here.
Victoria needs when they meet toward the end of the book.
Divya Kalotl of Grand Junction asks, I was thinking about how it must have been to write a book over the course of 10 years. How did the events of your life...
I'll just say it was more than 10 years. I think I was like 12 or more.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
But anyway, but yes.
How did the events of your life and the world, frankly,
Yeah.
shape...
So, I mean, as of right now, I don't know.
Wow, Divya, such an important question for me as a writer to say this, because I you know, I mentioned earlier, I'm 57 years old. This is my debut novel. I'm super proud of that. I set out to be a writer as a child. My undergraduate degrees, my graduate degrees are all in creative writing and literary studies. I was well on my way, but then I had a teaching fellowship in grad school, and I ended up being a teacher for almost 30 years, and I loved it. I wouldn't have it any other way. But once this novel started forming in my mind, I was patient with it. I let it evolve over time. Some of that was just there's only so many hours in the day. I was raising our two kids and teaching full time, and there wasn't a lot of space for my own creativity. So I let it evolve.
So, I mean, what am I supposed to do here? I mean, like, I've run out of options here. I'm trying my absolute best to try to figure it out.
I was writing this,
you know.
A terrible death in our family, a difficult illness, a terrible injury for my husband. We faced a lot as a family during the years that I worked on this book, and I became a deeper and richer person for those experiences, and in a parallel way, the novel became deeper and richer for those experiences as well. And so I often say, and I hope this encourages older writers, there's no way I could have written this book as a younger woman. I had to live through the things that I experienced deeply, and they're all reflected in the story that I tell about Victoria.
I'm so pleased you just spoke to older writers. Do you encounter older writers who perhaps feel some, I don't know if it's regret or maybe even shame around the idea that it has taken longer than they envisioned? I mean, I think we all know what that experience feels like.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I often say that I'm a deep believer that creativity has its own timeline. And I don't know what signals we're getting from the
culture, the
culture,
zeitgeist,
the world, and whatever it is that tells us what should and should not be. I'm a big believer in rejecting most of that, the shoulds and should nots of our life. I think that each individual needs to discover those for yourself with the utmost amount of confidence. But if someone is telling you that it's taking you too long to finish painting your picture or finish writing your novel or whatever it is that you're engaging in creatively, I assure you that the timing is just right. I also understand how difficult it is to clear space for creativity in our lives. I think that I would encourage all of us to do more of that. I wish that I had
I had cleared more space in my life to honor my creativity, but I did eventually. I got to it eventually when the time was right. So I'm a big believer in being as generous with ourselves as we possibly can, because we're all just doing our darn best, right? But showing up for ourselves and our own desires for our lives, I fear sometimes gets bumped to the bottom of the to-do list, and I would encourage everybody to maybe try to bump it a little bit higher.
As of right now, I am broke as a joke, and I have no money for food. I just need some money for some food here, guys.
I know
that's all.
For my book.
Well, Divya, you should host an interview show. Well done. David Miller of Palisade asks, you singled out and challenged us with many critical social issues affecting Iola: extreme racism, low income and poverty, lack of education, extreme provincialism. How dominant were these themes, and what motivated you to write about them? And he's thinking in some ways of Stanley's Grapes of Wrath, Peaches of Wrath.
I struggled with titles. I wish you had showed up with that earlier. That's a great question, David. Thank you for that. Thematically, those of you who have read the book, especially if you've read it perhaps in a book club, I know it's been very popular in book clubs, and I think one of the reasons is there are layers of thematic concerns. There's a lot of themes to unpack in this book, and I did that purposefully, primarily because I dumped my whole heart and soul into this book, and I think that it's very reflective of what matters to me, what I think about, what I worry about, what I wonder about. But also the most important thing to me in this novel was telling a good story, telling a good, compelling story that would touch a reader's heart. And so it wasn't that in these thematic concerns I wanted to be make a statement or be too didactic with those themes.
Mm-hmm.
I actually
right, because preachy isn't that engaging, right?
No, it is not that engaging, and it really interferes with telling a good story. So what I really hope to do with a lot of those deeper thematic concerns was just sort of lay them out for the reader and say, these are part of the human condition. These are things that human beings grapple with. I'm laying them out there for you. Do with them what you will, And I always ask myself, does it serve the story? Does it serve Victoria's story? And the answer was yes, it could stay. If the answer was no, it had to go. And I also think that good literature can transport us to places, encourage us to ask questions that maybe we're not asking. Victoria briefly, remember, she's a very quiet, sort of shy character. I couldn't have her asking some of the deeper questions of the reality structures of our culture, but I do have her a couple times, like once, pause and question the ideas of progress, progress that created Blue Mesa Reservoir, progress that was the catalyst for the essential genocide against the Native American people. It was packaged and sold as progress. I wasn't going to make a big statement about that, but I did want Victoria to pause and say, is what is sold to us as progress always a good thing, or can it be opened up and examined, and aren't there both good and bad things involved in those ideas?
Is Blue Mesa Reservoir, whose creation destroyed Iola, is the reservoir the villain of this book?
No, I think that one of the things I want to avoid in the characters that I create, and also in the story that I wanted to tell, was heroes and villains. I think I wanted in each one of these characters to show, again, those kind of layers and complexity within individual human beings, within individual circumstances. The Colorado River Compact, as some of you know, is a...
I'm fucking hungry, guys.
Still dictating
I'm fucking starving here. I'm shaky hungry.
The choices that were made, primarily in the 1950s and the 1960s, around some of those dams that you mentioned, Ryan, the list of dams that were created, reservoirs that were created in the 1950s and the 1960s as part of the Colorado River storage project. I believe that they came with a tremendous amount of pain, a tremendous amount of ecological destruction, and yet there were benefits to those water projects as well. And so in a way, Blue Mesa is kind of the symbol of nothing is all good or all bad. You know, there are complexities involved in the decisions that contributed to the creation of Blue Mesa Reservoir. But I'm a big believer in asking, okay, well, there's going to be these benefits, but what are the detriments? In other words, who has to suffer in order for this project to go forward? That's really the question I wanted to ask in the novel. You know, I think that the historical research that I did around Blue Mesa Reservoir, the opening of the book says that a history book would portray the creation of Blue Mesa Reservoir as heroic. But then Victoria immediately says, but I know another story. So history books tell us what happened. I think as a writer, as a novelist,
Sometimes history books tell us that.
well, that's true. I mean, again, representation, issues of representation are very, very complex. And I think any reader of history needs to go in with a healthy dose of skepticism. It's very important to do so. Gather lots of different narratives and try to figure out what was the truth there, as opposed to believing that one or the other is true. But I think as a novelist, I didn't really want to ask what happened. I wanted to ask the question of how did that feel? You know, how did that feel for...
Well, shit.
The public board of the Western Slope is my lead. She's in our minds. She is ubiquitous, by the way. I was in Palisade earlier today. I stopped by the library, the bench that has on the book street. And in front of the Palisade Library is a plastic holder. You can take a poem. Just take a poem. Wendy V. Locke has left poems for me. But her part of her job is to disseminate poetry. And so she asks Shelley, your prose is filled with metaphor, distilled language, and symbolism, all poetic devices. Tell us about your relationship to poetry and how it informs your prose. What might you narrative?
Thank you, Wendy, for that question. I can't find you. Where are you? Oh, hi, you're right back there. Hi, Wendy. Thank you for that question. You know, I mentioned earlier that it's hard to how long to write this book is, and I cracked every sentence really touched me, actually. And poetry means a great deal to me. I probably read more poetry than poetry. That was very important to me as I wrote this novel. And the metaphors, you know, we talked about metaphor pictures and the idea of growing against the odds. That's a central metaphor for the book. The title itself, Go as a River, is a central metaphor that runs throughout the entire book. The idea that this is very much a story about discovering that the river finds a way to move through up, over, around obstacle, carving new banks when necessary. The river finds a way to flow. I spend a lot of my time life experiences, studying to set and studying everything politics can teach us about living our best lives. I've learned so much from just sitting and studying the rhythms about how we can find a way to move through life. And so that's the central metaphor of the novel. You're going to see really more comes from the future in the book as well. So, you know, there's smaller metaphors and symbolism all the way through, and I try to really make you need to be in this first person narrative, although most of the good book of Victoria's was. And then also these larger metaphors that really ended up framing me and kept me on track with what is all of this meaning? What is the deeper meaning of this book? So thank you for giving me that question.
Amy Smisher and Ashley Sack are here from Canyon City, and they ask, are there other themes or places you plan to explore in the future? This is perhaps displacement of the West.
So my novel is also set in Colorado, in the southeast corner. So I went to the fifth generation Colorado. My family stories and family came to settle in the 1870s in northeastern Colorado, in the 1900s in southeastern Colorado.
those stories have come down to me tremendous clarity from my grandfather. And I love him. I valued him. These were tough, interesting people who got up every single day and just did what needed to be done. And so my next novel is oriented around that southeastern corner of Colorado. And also from the San Christian entrepreneurs between and so I'm investigating it takes place a little earlier than and I'm investigating some things around the idea of being wanted, because at that time, those coal mining communities of that area, I know in one coal mining camp for 27 which is peaceful. And I'm really fascinated by that history, and also around the human ties to that history. So it's part thematically of what I want to investigate. Also, I think a little bit of early female mentality is and I'm fascinated by the women became more and more with climate and research.
I got one of those lights taken away. How neat. mean, as of right now, resume. I need to call my mom, see if she can send me any type of money. Because I don't have anything and I don't have any food. I have no way of getting any food. If I can meet her somewhere even. Because as of right now, I don't know what the fuck to do. Hey mom, what are you doing? Oh, nice. Hey, is there a way you can bring me some of that or no? Because I have no food and I have no money for gas even. I'm fucked. Who? I'm still waiting for them to call me, to message me back or figure this out. Because as of right now, I don't have a way to make any money. I don't have a way to get anything. I'm just like, I don't know what to do. Hello? All right, so what do you do? What's going on? Maybe we could meet up. Maybe get some gas, some food. Hello? Mom, did you hear me? Can we do that? All right, well, just let me know. I'll be here. I have nowhere else to go. I'm at a half tank. That's all I can get is a half tank of gas. All right, just let me know what's up, okay? Please. All right, well, I love you, Mom. All right, love you. Call me as soon as possible. All right, love you, Sarah. My mom, she's shocked at DoorDash too. She's like, you didn't do anything wrong. I said, I don't. It's really bugging me because I didn't do anything. Not a damn thing wrong. You know what I mean? Well, I appreciate you coming in here. I appreciate you. Right now, usually I'd be doing DoorDash, but they locked me out and they won't let me verify my account. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Right now, I'm between a rock and a hard place. I have no money. I have no way of getting any money, and I have no food, and I need to get money for gas. I live out of my car. They won't let me do it. I've already, the only app that will let me do it because of my case is DoorDash. And as of right now, DoorDash won't let me sign back in because I need to verify my account, and there's no way to verify my account because when I try to take a picture of it, it just shows a black screen. So I don't know what to do. Trying to figure it all out. I'm just really trying to figure it all out. I appreciate you coming by. I appreciate you watching the stream, you know. The more people watch the stream, the better. And I really appreciate that, you know. I uploaded some new videos today. Hopefully that'll get me on to being monetized. Wow. I'm at 38,000 views on that one video. Shit. I'm gonna try it. Please. Yeah, her life's the shit. Hey, was that you on the video that he posted? Yeah, I'm just trying to get some funds together so I can get some food. Hey, what's up, brother? How are you doing? Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to figure out how to make some money real quick. That's badass, brother. I'm not able to make any money. I am totally and utterly fucked right now. I don't have a way to make any money right now. I've been trying. I've been looking for work all fucking day. Took a little break, but like the majority of it, I've been putting in applications. But even when I was going down the road, I was putting in applications. I don't know what the fuck to do here, man. Does anybody have any suggestions? That there's the only one that I can sign up for was DoorDash. All the other ones have denied me. The only one that I can do right now is DoorDash. And DoorDash right now won't work for me. It doesn't work. It's not working. You know? So what are you guys doing? Are you guys able to get people in here to donate? If so, could you do that, please? Delivery driver. Looks like I'm back up and running. We'll see. It says DoorDash was unlocked. I need to get the email. Oh yeah, guys. I'm back up. I'm back up and running. Hey Google, call mom. This is gonna work. I just got back up and running. So I'm going back to work. So I'm gonna head out towards Buffalo Wild Wings. It says 2 to 8 minutes in between orders. Yeah, that's my there's two of them. There's Apollo and Gracie. They're my mom and sister's dogs. My dog, his name's Coda. I don't have any videos of him. Very camera shy. Actually, I do have one of them, but it's like way long ago. I don't know if I still have it. So I uploaded a bunch of old videos from my live streams. So what I'm gonna do now is that I'm going to start heading towards town. Yeah. My dog Coda is with my brother. My brother stole him. He says it's his dog now. He's a border collie. He's a black border collie with white markings. Yeah. They're evil towards me. For no good reason. I've always been the scapegoat since I was a little kid. Always. So do you think I should go into town or over there by the mall? I think I'm gonna sit over here by the So I'm in a hot spot right now. So we'll see how it goes. Exactly, it's evil. Straight up evil. Hey Google, call mom. Wait, hey Google. Hey Google, call DoorDash. I'm having some problems with my account. Can I please speak with an operator, please? No, I just need to talk to an operator, please. It's something else. Thank you. All right, thank you. Hey, Jen. Hey, I'm just making sure that my account is fully unlocked. I had to redo my identity verification and all that. And just making absolutely sure that everything's kosher on my end and your end. Thank you so much. You rock, by the way. I really appreciate you helping me out. I can do that. I can resume dashing now, right? Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, I was very, 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 very worried about that. I'm like, it's been, I mean, I've still been working. I've still been doing side gigs and stuff. I did some surveys and stuff today, and I did yesterday. I mean, as of right now it's been 704 days without a day off. And so, I mean, I really appreciate your help. I'm trying to go for the world record here, and I can't be doing it if I'm not working. So, I mean, I really appreciate you, and I appreciate your help. If there is, let me check real quick. I'm going to look over my ratings. Let's see. All right, so I'm seeing here there's a 1-star rating on my account. It doesn't say who it's from. Yeah, I'm gonna see if we can get rid of that. I think I know what it's from, where the customer wanted me to deliver to an alternate address, but I delivered it to the address. Ow. Oh man, stomach pain. I delivered it to the address on file, and he wanted me to deliver somewhere else, so he gave me a 1-star, I believe. So if there's any way we could take that off of there, I would sure appreciate it. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I believe so. There was 2 different incidents here recently where that happened, and I had to deliver to the address on file, and they didn't like that. Thank you. If there's any way we can adjust that, I'd sure appreciate it. If not, I understand. Thank you so much. I've been, while I was down, the last couple days, while I haven't been working, I've been fossil hunting. I found a bunch of coral and a bunch of calcite and barite crystals. Really beautiful. I have a dinosaur named after me over here in Colorado, out here in Fruta. It's called the Utter Mosasaur. And so that's kind of what I do when I'm not working. I just go out there and fossil hunt. I've been doing that for 20 years now. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. If there's any other adjustments we can make onto the account, I would sure appreciate it. Like, I know for a fact here on this rating for Waves Drinks, the order, I forgot to press the button stating that the order was still being processed when I was there. And so it says that I have I was late on that. I know you guys can't adjust it from there, but if we can make a note on there that on the Waves Drinks back on February 9th, it was late by 3 minutes, and that was only due to the fact that the order was still being prepared. Yes, ma'am. Wave Drinks, yes, ma'am. February 9th. It's late by 2 minutes for the pickup because they were still making it, which made the delivery late by 1 minute. Yes, yes, ma'am. I still have it. Thank you so much, you rock. Sorry, I'm on my YouTube as well. I'm talking to my live viewers. And like I said, I mean, you rock. I mean, you've gone above and beyond what anybody has helped me out with today. So, I mean, you definitely helped me out for sure. Yes, ma'am. Unfortunately, it says that it's not eligible for a dispute. It says your dispute wasn't accepted. And that's the thing. I mean, I just need to be more quick on the draw when it comes to that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start heading towards somewhere else, because as of right now, I'm not getting any orders. Do I need to restart and start over again? That's what I'm going to do just to make sure. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like 2 or 3 more, because like usually I'll be able to dispute it. I mean, I really appreciate your help, and you rock, like I said before. And if you do watch YouTube, if you're able to subscribe to my YouTube channel, I would sure appreciate it. It's called Colorado Luke, just Luke, COLORADO LUKE. I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. One of my latest videos had 36,000 views on it, and so I'm just trying to. I do IRLs, just live streams all day, and it just basically chronicles my life, everyday life while I'm homeless, until I'm getting into a house. So. Awesome. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Absolutely, more than everything. I really appreciate you, and I need you to do me one favor. Don't forget to smile, okay? Absolutely, you too, babe. She went above and beyond. I really appreciate that.
Got to know each other as we sat through Glenn
Oh yeah.
Maxwell's
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna head back into town. I'm gonna go
did an interview on
to McDonald's, see if I can make some sort of money. I know I'm supposed to meet up with my mom at some
The
point.
reason she thought her story broke
So either way, I need gas and I need food, and I don't have money for either. So if you guys could help out, I would sure appreciate it. Because I don't know if I'm going to be making any money today. I really don't.
Waking up Congress.
Altogether, I made a whopping $1.15 off of all those surveys. Like 10 cents here, 5 cents there.
Crimes. But I think the reason that this has exploded into such a huge story now is, ironically also to do with the political climate that we live in. I mean, it's a great irony in a way that, the populist wave that put Trump in the White House twice is tied up with great suspicion of what is called the deep state. And the Epstein story confirms that suspicion. It legitimizes this idea that terrible things get hidden up at the highest levels of government and power. It exposes the idea that there's one sort of justice for most people and a completely different sort of justice, as in no justice at all, for the very powerful and the very rich. And the fact that this is a global phenomenon just puts the whole thing on steroids. And I think that the Epstein story is sort of at the heart of all of it. It gives people a reason to totally mistrust the establishment, whatever that establishment looks like in whichever country it is.
Vicki Ward, thank you so much.
Thank you for having
There we
me.
go.
Vicki
It's
Ward
just
is an
we
investigative reporter
$5
and host of the
for
documentary series Chasing the Light.
$5.55.
Tomorrow on Fresh Air, the Nigerian musician Fela Kuti,
It's,
father of
Chili's.
Afrobeat, used his music as a weapon against dictatorship. He was repeatedly jailed and beaten, and he was also a complex figure. who married 27 band members in one day and was an AIDS denier.
$5.55.
We'll talk with Jed Abumrad
Thank you,
about his
Jesus.
famous podcast. I hope you can join us.
This was God. You know that, right?
Keep up
This
with
was
what's on the
God.
show and get highlights of our interviews. Follow us on Instagram at NPR Fresh Air. Fresh Air's executive producers are Danny Miller and Sam Brigger. Our technical director and engineer is Audrey Bentham. Our
Oh,
interviews
Mom.
and reviews are produced and edited by Phyllis Myers, Anne-Marie Baldonado, Lauren Krinzel, Teresa Madden, Monique Nazareth, Thea Challoner, Susan Yakundi, Anna Bauman, and Nico Gonzalez-Whistler. Our digital media
Thank you,
producer is
Jesus.
Molly C.B. Nesper. Roberta Shurrock directs the show. With Terry Gross, I'm Tanya Mosley.
So Jerry, hey, I got back in. I'm on DoorDash again. I'm making an order. Cool, huh?
Support for NPR comes from this station and from the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation, supporting books, radio, podcasts, film, television, theater, and more to bridge science and the humanities. And from the Skoll Foundation, dedicated to powering social innovators to transform the world. Learn more at skoll.org.
Colorado is more than a rectangle, more than mountains and plains, more than silver and gold. The story of Colorado is 150 years in the making. By the time Colorado officially became a state, not everybody was happy. 1876 was an election year, and Colorado's admittance to the Union. Listen for a Colorado 150 postcard every day on CPR and at cpr.org/postcards.
This is CPR News, 89.5 FM, KPRN Grand Junction, 88.3 FM, KPRH Montrose, 88.3 FM, KPYR Craig, and at CPR.org.
There's no other way to say it. Colorado Public Radio exists because of your generous financial support. Thank you, Patricia Lyons, Drs. Peter Keneally and Colleen Murphy, and Tessa and Stephen Kirchner for your Summit Club gift.
Colorado Public Radio exists because you make it possible. Thank you, Nicole and Salim Haji, David Rutherford and Kelly Zander, and Sandy and Dot Sandhouse for your Summit Club donation.
Last month, Nora Mady, a reporter in Montana, was looking around on Facebook for story ideas.
In Montana, particularly in rural areas, Facebook is where a lot of news is shared.
And a post from the local sheriff caught her eye. He said that Border Patrol agents had rocked up outside a business in the very small town of Freud, Montana, to take someone in, and that he, the sheriff, was trying to assist them. But then, at the end of his post, he added this.
It's important to note that this man was not a threat, not a danger to his community, has no criminal history, and has been a great member of this community, which I just have seen a statement like that from law enforcement, particularly in a really, conservative area that typically has a lot of support for all types of law enforcement, Border Patrol included.
Coming up on Today Explained, the story of Freud, Montana, a town where most people voted for President Trump, and how residents reacted when reality hit home.
Live from NPR News, I'm Giles Snyder. A combative hearing on Capitol Hill. Attorney General Pam Bondi sparred with Democrats today over the Justice Department's handling of information related to the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Here's Elena Moore.
Republicans on the committee are largely defending Bondi, but many Democrats are focusing on Epstein. And it's turned combative, with Bondi sidestepping questions and hurling personal attacks, like this moment with the committee's top Democrat, J.B. Raskin.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch. Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, oh, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
Bondi stood by the DOJ's oversight on the issue and pledged to fight for all survivors. But Democrats say the agency has done the opposite, over redacting information to protect powerful individuals instead of survivors. Elena Moore, NPR News.
The House is rejecting President Trump's tariffs on Canada over the objections of GOP leadership. Several Republicans joined with Democrats vote in favor of a resolution that seeks an end to the national emergency Trump declared to impose the tariffs. Passage mostly symbolic. Trump not likely to sign such a measure. The House has passed the latest Republican attempt to enact more requirements for voting and registering to vote in federal elections. But NPR's Hansi Lo Wang reports it faces tough odds in the Senate.
The bill is known as the, quote, Save America Act, and it's the second major effort by House Republicans since last year to require U.S. citizens to show their birth or naturalization certificate, passport, or another document proving their citizenship when registering to vote in federal elections. The bill would also require showing a photo ID when casting a ballot. Supporters of the bill say they're trying to prevent illegal voting by non-U.S. citizens, which is incredibly rare. But voting rights groups are concerned that the bill, if enacted, would make it harder for many eligible voters to vote. Survey suggests 1 in 10 adult U.S. citizens do not have their citizenship documents or cannot quickly find one to show the next day. While the bill has passed the House, it's not clear there are enough votes for it to pass in the Senate. Hansi Lo Wang, NPR News, Washington.
A new survey finds that President Trump's support among white Christians is declining, but most still support him. Bob Smetana, Religion News Services.
White Christians played a key role in both President Trump's elections, but a new survey by the nonpartisan Pew Research Center found their support is waning. Trump's approval rating of white Christians dropped to 57% from 66%. That includes a loss in support among white evangelicals, usually his most ardent backers. More than half of white evangelicals still support President Trump's policies, but just 40% are confident that he is effective as president, according to the survey. Still, white Christians support Trump more than any other Americans. For NPR News, I'm Bob Smetana.
This is NPR News. Flights out of the airport in El Paso have resumed after last night's ground stop. The FAA closed the airspace for more than 7 hours, stranding travelers and disrupting medical evacuation flights. The source tells NPR that the shutdown came after the FAA learned that the military used a laser weapon to take down a suspected drone. It now appears to have been a party balloon. American speed skater Jordan Stolz has won his first gold medal at the Olympics. As NPR's Pink Long reports, a skating phenom is hoping for a sweep in all 4 of his events.
After his first lap in the 1,000-meter, Stolz was a little behind.
I knew I'd have to have a really good last lap. I threw 2 arms down just because I really didn't want to lose.
He came through the finish line, arms swinging. When he looked up, he had set a new Olympic record.
Being able to win one and doing it in the 1,000-meter, you wait 4 years to be able to do it. It means a lot, so I'm happy so far.
Stolz now holds both the Olympic record and the world record in the 1,000-meter speed skate, and he's just getting started, with races still to come in the men's 500-meter, the 1,500-meter, and the mass start. Jordan Stolz is hoping to medal in all of those events, but he says he feels less pressure now that he's got his first gold medal. Ping Wang, NPR News, Milan.
Also at the Winter Games, American ice dancers Evan Bates and Madison Chalk were edged out for the gold medal by the French team. And Switzerland's Franco van Almen has become the first man since 1968 to win gold in 3 alpine skiing events. One is third with a victory in the Super G Alpine. This is NPR News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Fisher Investments. Fisher's dedicated team of specialists provide resources.
Stop yelling at me, Mom. You know I'm hungry.
Learn more at FisherInvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Why do you keep hitting me?
This is Today Explained. I'm Nora Mabey, and I'm a reporter for Montana Free Press. It's Friday at 9 p.m. and we're pulling into Freud. So I drove into Freud on a Friday night with my colleague, Lauren Miller. With Freud's son. Freud is a deeply conservative, rural agricultural community.
in the last election, 75% of voters there supported President.
Why are you hitting me with a stapler, Mom?
Grow things like peas,
What the fuck?
and wheat. The main street of the town was empty.
I know they're playing basketball.
I'm back on top, guys. I did it.
Basketball is life in these tiny rural communities. This is it. The town has just 195 people, but in the stands at this high school basketball game, there was easily 250 people there. This game was really emotional because two of the players on this high school team, their father, Roberto Orozco Ramirez, was recently arrested by Border Patrol, and his arrest really shook this tiny town of Freud.
I bet it would. But oh my God, Fred got arrested. He never does anything.
Fans were wearing
oh my God.
Logo on their sweatshirts.
You remember Fred? I remember Fred. Fred's a good guy.
On the back, and they had the Diesel Shop logo on the front. And some people were wearing bracelets that said Rosa Strong, so it just
poor Fred.
Showed, the voice that support was all around.
I just want to help out in any way possible and show awareness that they don't deserve this treatment.
Hell no, they don't.
Tell me about this man, Mr. Orozco.
So
they need to be given soft blankets.
He has lived in Floyd, Montana for more than a decade, long enough to build his own
and free tacos
he
for everyone.
Semi-trucks, school buses, tractors, and really provides an invaluable service to farmers in the area. He's also a Little League coach.
Absolutely.
And he came to the U.S.
I need to shave here soon.
Illegally. Court documents say that in 2009, he was removed by ICE and deported. At some point, he came back. On January 25th, Orozco Ramirez was arrested by Border Patrol, and Orozco's arrest has really shaken the residents there. In the complaint, it documents that the officers wearing plain clothes and in unmarked vehicles came to his diesel shop and knocked on the door. Later, when I was talking with his sons, they said their dad was immediately suspicious of this because people never knock on the door. This is a place where people, just walking. So he was suspicious, and he ended up.
That sounds really good.
That's what his wife said.
I haven't tried the chicken yet.
He also alleges he.
I like the regular chalupa though.
As they were in their car driving away, it says.
Or the cheesy gordita crunch for that matter.
Piece of lumber in their direction.
Sounds
and
amazing.
That's what led ultimately to a charge of threatening a federal officer. That's something his family disputes. Then his wife has said that different officers wearing their uniforms and in marked vehicles came back right after that with weapons on them, but that she and her husband actually closed all the doors to the shop and hid in the back and waited for them to leave. They were really said,
Cash App and PayPal information up for days on end, and I still have yet to get a single hit on any of it. You know that?
Essentially turned himself.
I haven't got any money off of any of it.
A better outcome.
Not in a long time. I mean, a long fucking time. And then the last time I got anything was from Betsky. Betsky sent me $20.
The national immigration crackdown.
Betsky's the shit, by the way.
Cities like Minneapolis and Chicago.
Check out Hasselnuts. He's in my subscriptions. You guys check out my subscriptions.
Arresting
His name's
the worst criminals, gang members, things like that. And in this town where everybody knows
Aaron Dewar likes to hang out over there. Aaron likes to hang out over there.
Personal and the political. And what happens to a community when
hey, what's up, Andrew?
One way.
Long time no see. How are
This is a town who knows something's up if someone knocks at your door because it's so tight-knit that normally people just walk on in. So how do people in this tiny, tight-knit town react when they learn this man is now in the custody of
This is the first time they are learning about Roberto. A lot of people told me they didn't know he was here legally. You know, they just thought of him as their friend and their neighbor.
Jesus.
And yeah, when they hear that he was deported once, he does bring up
That smells so good.
So my colleague and I went to the Mint Bar in town. It's the only bar in town, to talk to some people on Super Bowl Sunday. And the bar, you know, it had some gambling machine, which is very common in Montana, and then tons of signs everywhere. This one man we talked to, Rod, was sitting right under a wooden sign that said Rod's Crisis Corner.
We do have a lot of illegal aliens in our country, but a lot of them are gangs and criminals and drug guys and that. Roberto is not one of those. He has been a solid citizen here, maybe what, 15 years or something. Oh, we're all farmers. We've always tried to question the yard. I've never heard a bad word about it. Everybody hears about everybody in these Spanish nationalities. I've never heard a single bad word.
In the complaint, there's also an allegation that Roberto had manipulation with the gang. People are livid about that. You know, I actually spoke with the Trump supporter.
Nice.
And he
That's
said,
shit. I've been off DoorDash the last couple days because I've been on their account to a specialty team. They just emailed me back and I'm back on. So
followed the rules and done the path to obtain citizenship.
Here I am making money.
That's when his sons, you know, wish more people would understand that gaining legal citizenship in the U.S. is not that easy.
So obviously people feel very strongly about this man and their neighbor. How do they feel about immigration enforcement happening in their little town?
You know, some people told me that don't necessarily support him because of his immigration policies. More so, the issues that are important to people here are the economy and things that affect farming or even oil. There's also some oil fields. But then, you know, I did talk to that same man in the bar. He said he really likes what Trump's doing at the border, and he likes that policy. And so, but when I asked him about what he thought of Roberto, he said he thought Roberto should have the opportunity to pursue legal citizenship.
But you got to differentiate from guys like him that are just being a solid citizen living here. Give them the opportunity to become a citizen, but you got to get rid of those criminals. They got to go. You can't have them here.
So do you disagree with what happened to Roberto?
Well, I don't know. I couldn't say that. I think he should be held accountable and get it legal, but as long as he wasn't causing big trouble, I think they should have given him that opportunity, not just put him in jail.
It's interesting to see these really conflicting beliefs on display, which is another thing that makes this story so interesting. You know, what really struck me is, 14 of these community members, which is a pretty significant percentage of the town's population.
So I just got one from Panda Express.
7 hours one way.
$6 for
hearing, and that hearing
6
lasted
miles.
8 minutes. And then I just watched them as they huddled after the hearing. They hugged each other. Some people cried, and then they got back in their cars and drove home.
We were reading your story and someone in the comments said something along the lines of people were happy to vote for the Trump immigration policy in theory, but then they realize how it actually affects them and affects their neighbors. Does that feel like what you saw?
You know, it's interesting. In Freud, people do not really like talking about politics and division. And, I even spoke with the mayor who said we are too
Wow, 14 likes.
If you
That's
say the wrong
insane.
thing or upset someone, your business could totally go under. You need your neighbors in this town. So I didn't quite hear people saying that they would change their vote. And when I talked to some community members, they said they weren't sure. They weren't sure if this was going to lead to, a change like that. Do you think that what's happened is going to change people's opinions about
Mom.
Trump or politics, or do you think it's going to?
Guess what? I'm back on DoorDash. Yeah. Amen. Amen. The Rock. Oh, yes. Okay. That's fine. As long as I can get something to eat, that's all that matters. I'm fucking starving. I haven't had anything to eat today. I'm dizzy, hungry. And that's never good when I'm dizzy. That means that the next step is me passing out. And I can't pass out driving down the road. All right. Hey, Mom. So, I gotta go. I just grabbed this order for Panda Express. I gotta go pick it up and go drop it off, and I'll be on my way. That'll bring me up to a whopping, $12 for the day. Exactly. And all I got to worry about is my, I just got to get that whole registration taken care of, and I'll be good. Because that's a huge, huge deal. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right, love you, Mom. Just, give me a call when you're on your way up there. Well, you're on your way now, huh? Fuck. No, it'll be all right. I have a way to heat it back up. There's a microwave at the gas station. I need to eat something, Mom. I feel like I'm about ready to pass the fuck out. I know, Mom. That's why I'm trying to hurry up and get there as fast as possible. Well, I don't know yet because I haven't dropped off this order yet. I still have yet to get to the restaurant. I am literally 3 minutes out from the restaurant. And then after that, I got another 10 minutes after that to take it over to the customer. So it's gonna be a minute. Tell him send some of his subscribers my way. Seriously. That's too many subscribers for one person. I need some of them. Gimme. Hello? All right, well, hey, yeah, I'll let you know as soon as I'm headed that way. Okay. All right, well, I'm going to deliver this order. I hope that they add an extra tip on top of it. That would be cool. Could you hang up? All right, love you, Mom. I'll see you later. Yeah. I'm gonna do it the traditional way. I'm not gonna act like I'm not. I'm not gonna just have all kinds of bells and whistles, on my shit, because that's not me, I don't do that kind of stuff. I don't put rubber bands on watermelons and stuff, I mean, I hate sticky stuff. You know what I mean? I mean, to each their own. I mean, I guess to each their own. Man, I was so fucking freaked out about not being able to get back onto DoorDash. I mean, like, I had run out of options. Ramen sounds good. Anything sounds good right now.
People voted for Trump in 2024.
I'll be right back.
Somebody that they loved, somebody from the community who's popular, was picked up by Border Patrol. And I wonder, Eric, how typical it is for public opinion to change on something like immigration enforcement when it goes from being theoretical to, oh, wait, this guy was one of us and we liked him and now we don't like what's happening to him. How much of this is Americans being hit by the reality of what mass deportation means?
Yeah, I think that that's definitely a significant part of it. I think that the generic proposition, should people who are in the country illegally be deported, often gets majority support because, there's a basic intuition you break the law and so you should be removed. But then there is, competing intuitions where if you describe, okay, somebody that's been here for a long time, follows the law, works hard, is a pillar of their community, should that person be, thrown out of the country? And then often the polling changes. Public opinion can shift with conditions, so during the Biden administration, when there were large inflows of asylum seekers.
Illegal crossings are over 2,500 per day.
Come on, man. That leads to a backlash. People are more prioritizing.
Yeah, bitches.
The law being important and enforcing immigration law being important and deportations being justified. Now you have a move of the dial where in the
oh, nice.
we've reversed this a real collapse.
I like skits. I have a couple ideas for skits, but I don't have anybody to do them with. You know what I mean? I need to collab with somebody.
This past December, there were about 6,500. In the first full month of this Trump administration, U.S. Customs and Border Protection reported just over 85,000 encounters at the border. That's the lowest number since 1970. That's the most controlled border record. The situation is just so radically changed, and I think this is what makes
So I have 9 minutes out, or 8 minutes out from the drop-off location. Welcome. If you guys haven't hit the subscribe button, please subscribe. Please hit the like button. I'd sure appreciate it. Well, you guys don't even have to watch a single video, but hey, there's always that chance that you guys might like it. So if you guys could, please do. Please and thank you. Yeah, I know. Like where you're looking at yourself, just kind of like, it kind of makes you do one of those little type of, yeah, okay. They're trying though. They're really trying. And I don't blame them. Yeah, please, I appreciate it, guys. And all my new subscribers that just joined, thank you for joining. Thank you for subscribing. You guys are awesome. I sure appreciate you. More than you'll ever know, honestly. Yeah, literally 1,000 subscribers unlocks benefits. You guys can watch some of my old videos. That'd be cool. I just uploaded one where yesterday, me and my mom, we went for a drive up Plateau Canyon. I call it Shipyard Loop. I mean, it looks like a dang shipyard as you're going up through the canyon. You go through all those bends and all those jetting, that mountain just jetting out at you everywhere you go through that canyon. It's just fucking incredible. Remember laying in the back of the station wagon, there was a little sunroof on there in the back, just watching it go by, just laying there, just relaxing, just chilling out, watching it. I mean, it puts you in a calm, serene place, guys. It really does. So if you guys could take a look at that short or even that video, I mean, it doesn't have any sound to it, but you know, the sound that it does have to it is you. You make your own sound. It's your journey too, man. Let it become part of your journey. It's the shit. Just go on a little drive with us, a little time-lapse drive. And if you want to watch it full speed, I believe it's at, wow. For every 1 minute, it goes 3 minutes. So it's like 3 times speed. So you can slow it down and watch it if you want. It's pretty cool if you do. Anyway, yeah. Oh, that's right. At 1,000 subscribers, I do get a play button, huh? And then at 100,000, I mean, 1,000, that 1,000 subscriber milestone, that 1,000 subscriber mark, they love to be able to send more subscribers in once you reach 1,000 subscribers. So I mean, if you guys will be able to subscribe, if you guys are new and you guys are just kind of on the fence about subscribing, listen to these guys. You know, they know me personally. They've been through hell with me. You know, and I appreciate you guys. I really do. Show some love. That's the most likes I've gotten here in a while, too. I mean, like the last couple weeks, I've been getting like 9 likes at the most for a full day. Tomorrow's going to be a busy day if I can make this all work the right way. Tomorrow's going to be a really busy day. I'm going to try to get to bed at an early time. I'm wore out. I need to get some sleep. My mom's going to bring some food, so she got some food for me. So it's going to be a good day and or night. I'm going to get some food in me, some tater tot casserole and something else she said. But as long as she gives me a big old heaping helping, I'm fine. You know what I mean? Man, thank you, Jesus. I am so glad that I was able to get back on DoorDash. That was a royal nightmare. That right there, I mean, I was at the point where I was going to have to fucking stand out there with a cardboard sign asking for money. And that ain't me. That ain't me at all. Yeah, there's one over there at Love's. It's there's a mini fridge, and then there's a what you call it? A dang oven. What I'd like to do is I like to get that griddle and all that. They have it over there at Walmart for $30. It's a stove. It's a dedicated stove. So all I got to do is just get some running water. Because if I'm able to wash my own dishes, that changes things. Because I got a pot and a pan. I'm going to get a cup of coffee while I'm in here. Yeah, I'm subscribed to that guy's channel. It was his birthday yesterday, that guy with the big old beard. Yeah, it was his birthday yesterday. I sent him a happy birthday little I told him happy birthday, and I typed out happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Made a little festive, a little bit. It was great. It's like, hey, I'm not a dick. I'm going to celebrate your birthday with you. It's pretty cool shit, you know? I can see myself driving a tank. A fucking tank. I actually uploaded a video today where you can see a tank in the background. You got to look through my shorts to watch, to see which one it is, because I went to the armory. And I got a bunch of cool pictures and shit.
So irrespective of whether China signs on or does not sign on, it behooves the United States and China to sort of figure out diplomatically what the rules of the game are going to be in terms of safety and security with respect to assets and human activities on the moon.
That's Sadia. She teaches about space law and policy at the University of Washington. One of the resources thought to be on the moon that people are buying is the isotope helium-3, which could potentially provide safer nuclear energy. Jesus Alvarado produced this episode. I'm Stephanie Hughes, and that's Spark Place. This is a
President Trump has many reasons against Colorado.
The poorly run state of Colorado, the governor of Colorado is a weakened, pathetic man who went to all mail-in voting, so they have automatically crooked elections.
Trump is trying to withhold millions in federal funding and threat other moves. Is it political retribution against the Blue State or policy mistakes? We break it down on purpose from CPR News, wherever you listen. From the New York Times, I'm Rachel Abrams, and this is the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Last week, President Trump unveiled Trump Rx.
Dozens of the most commonly used prescription drugs will be available at dramatic discounts for all consumers throughout a new website. It's called TrumpRx.gov.
The administration's answer to the high cost of prescription drugs.
This launch represents the largest reduction in prescription drug prices in history by many times. It's not even close. You see numbers that you're not going to believe.
The president hailed the website as a quote, transformative healthcare initiative.
Congratulations to you. Thank you very much.
Today, my colleague Margot Sanders explains how the site works and
whether it will actually save Americans money. It's Wednesday, February 9th. Margo, welcome back to the show.
It's nice to be back.
I feel that I've been hearing about this Trump RX thing for probably months now without having a good sense of what this thing actually was. Like, I didn't know if it was an online pharmacy, Trump-branded online pharmacy, perhaps. And last week, the website was actually unveiled. So, Margo, start by telling us, what is Trump RX?
So I think in some ways it's easier to say what it's not. It's not a place that you can buy prescription drugs. This is not a pharmacy. It's not a store that's run by the federal government. Instead, it's a place that you can go if you're looking to buy certain prescription drugs. It will help you figure out how to get them at a discounted price. So this is the federal government's effort to help you find drugs at a good price, but not to sell you drugs directly.
Which is so interesting because I'm pretty sure that pretty much every presidential candidate in my lifetime has talked at some point and in some form about bringing down drug prices. And this website, TrumpRx, seems like an unusual step toward addressing a very attractive problem. So how did the president arrive as the solution right now?
So I think there's two things going on. One is that Trump is obviously under a lot of pressure right now to do something about affordability, and particularly about the affordability of healthcare. Democrats have just been hammering the Trump administration on this, and a lot of Americans are concerned about high and rising costs for healthcare. The other thing is that drug prices have sort of been an obsession of Trump's, even from the time he started running for
Oh yeah. Salute.
Sanders on this issue. He's also thinking that Americans pay the highest prices for drugs in the world, which is true.
Yes. Well, I'm gonna go up there. I'm gonna head up towards my mom's right now. I got 12 bucks in the bank. I just stopped that dash real quick so I can go meet up with my mom because she has some food for me. And we're gonna head from there. I'm gonna see if I can do a couple more orders before the night's over with, so that way I can make some extra cash, so I have enough money for gas. And I probably don't need any more cigarettes, so I'll probably wait to buy some more until tomorrow. So all I gotta worry about right now is just fueling my car up. So I'll do a couple more orders. I'm back on DoorDash now, so I can get everything taken care of that I need to take care of, just as long as I can get it all taken care of, man. That's all I need, you know? I just need a little bit of cash so I can get that all finished. I mean, because as of right now, I need roughly $200. Well, right about $200, maybe $300. To be comfortable right now, I need about $300. So that way I could get my insurance taken care of. I could make all my payments that I need to make payments about, you know. I just need to get shit taken care of, and I need the money to do it. And as of right now, I mean, I don't have the money to do it. I mean, I'm going to be doing some DoorDash, but I could definitely use a little extra help in the process. So if anybody is able to and willing to help me out, I would sure appreciate it. If not, please subscribe. Please like. You know, that sure helps because it shows the YouTube algorithm that you know, more people will come in here and more people will like the video, subscribe, so on and so forth. I want to get my channel monetized. Once I am able to get monetized, I can have that little super chats and all that at the bottom of the screen, have your little emojis, specially designed emojis, and stuff like that. I think that'd be pretty cool, you know. And I can make a little bit extra money because as of right now, I'm not making shit. You know what I mean?
So that's kind of the new consumer for drugs that didn't exist before. And the other thing is the political pressures around healthcare affordability.
1,000 subscribers. And I need a little bit more videos, views on my shorts. So the more shorts I can upload, the better. You know, so I'll take some of this that I have on here and all the watch hours I have on here, the majority of it, I don't have any music playing, so that's gonna cut the whole music and all that away. That's why I haven't been playing any music, because once I get monetized, I'll be able to do stuff like that. I'll be able to run longer videos and stuff like that. You know, 10-minute videos. I did a 4-minute video. I uploaded it, and we'll see how many views it gets. Where are you? Once you're next to the ground, fat cocksucker. Lexus or the Audi? Lexus or an Audi? What do you pick? Lexus or Audi in the chats? I'm thinking the Audi. I'm choosing. I chose correctly. Anyway, yeah, the Audi's winning. Lexus is being caught in the dust. Poor guy. And for some reason, he's trying to hug my fucking lane, too. What a pussy. These assholes are trying to race me. All I gotta do is this. Retard. What? Hey Google. Call mom. This ain't. Yes, DoorDash is fixed. I just logged out real quick. My mom said she has some food for me, so I'm gonna head on over there. But she's not answering though. I know, huh? I'm so happy. I'm like elated right now. I was freaked the fuck out. Like straight up freaked the fuck out. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. Yeah, let High Life know too. Did you get to see the prairie dogs? I posted the new short up there. I fed the prairie dogs this morning. I fed them some potato bread. Hey, Mom. Hey, where do you want to meet me at? Where are you at? Okay. So I'm heading on over to my mom's work so I can get that food. Roaches? Or a roach? I know, huh? So High Life says hi. She says hi. Yeah. All right, so I'm heading on up, about to pass over the second bridge on 29 Road, going over the river. I'm so glad they finally put this thing in here. Cut, okay. Yeah. Oh, really? So did you hear about Faith Heights Church not paying their end of the bargain on the church? Yeah. So they made $100,000 less on the payments for their upkeep, and so now they're probably going to take it to a jury of some sort. They're saying that Faith Heights Church, what they're doing is they bought the property, and they under the only stipulation is they only pay $1 a year plus the renovations for the church. And so that way, yeah. But Faith Heights didn't go to their end of the bargain. They were oh shit! What am I doing here? God damn it! What am I doing? So I didn't turn back around. Yeah. Because you had already told me to go to City Market. You know what I mean? Yeah. I just need to figure out what to eat because I'm fucking starving. I got such a bad headache because I haven't had anything to eat today. My blood sugar is super, super low. Okay.
And with the Trump RX pricing, what they're showing is for the higher.
All right. Where are you parked at? Okay. All right. Well, I'll be right over there. Just meet me out there. All right. I'll see you soon. All right. Bye.
And I actually asked the drug designer who recently went through IVF,
I need to get myself some peanut butter and some jelly. Make some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches throughout the day. Because I got bread. I got some potato bread. I bought it the other day so I could have myself a chicken sandwich. But it's still good. And I need things to make with it. So I'm thinking like a sandwich or something. Not today, though. I think I'm going to eat some of this potato bread with dinner, though. You know?
Another example where the Trump administration did negotiate better discounts than were available before. And I do think that the reduced cost of some of these infertility drugs is going to make these treatments more affordable.
I don't like Matt either. He started talking shit on me when I wasn't even doing anything wrong. I was literally doing what I'm doing now and working non-stop every single fucking day from the time I get up till the time I go to bed. That's the consistency of my life. That's what I do. You know what I mean? I mean, it's beyond me for him to talk shit on me for something that I didn't even do. He's literally making shit up, trying to make it trying to make it stick and have people believe him. And the sad part is people believed him.
Insurance covers really well. And so if you have insurance, then you're not paying a full price. You're paying a co-payment, which
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That means a lot. It really does mean a lot.
For all of these drugs. And 85% of
You know?
Americans have insurance coverage that covers their drugs. So that really is most people. Then even if you're thinking about
See, this goes to show me I need to have a backup plan when it comes to making money. Bottom line, I need to have a backup plan. And as of right now, I just realized I don't have a backup plan. The job that I was going to go and do, they didn't hire me. They told me they were going to hire me. They even had a job interview and everything. And then they didn't hire me. They told me they were going to hire me. But at the last second, it's like, oh, we don't need any more people. Thanks. Fuck. Either way, I mean, like, hey, it is what it is. Yeah, W-2 for sure. That's what I've been doing. I've been putting in applications all day.
You should check and see if you have insurance, it might be cheaper with a co-payment. So this is not a one-stop shop for people, and even the people who have designed this TrumpRx website acknowledge that and are telling consumers that.
At the same time, though, let's just be honest about the amount of time and resources people have to investigate their own healthcare. Like, if you are working multiple
So I'm over at my mom's work.
and whether you can get the cheapest drug by like looking this up, looking at your insurance, et cetera, is probably kind of limited. So if you have the general impression from the press conferences we talked about or others that this is going to be the cheapest version of the way that you get your drugs, you might just end up using TrumpRx, right? Even if it's not actually the best deal.
Hey, Mom.
You might, but I think that most
I appreciate
Americans
it. Thank you.
are used to
It's
using
fine.
their insurance.
I'm gonna eat it with some bread.
They're not used to
Okay, I gotta go.
cash
All
and
right, love you, Mom.
shopping for the best price in the way that
Hey,
this
did you see
website
this?
is encouraging them to do.
Check this out.
But some people that we
Oh,
talked to
this.
said
I
that
just
they're
found it
worried
today.
People are going to think that
Here's your
TrumpRx
here.
is offering them the best deal, and they are not going to look into these other options, and they're going to end up overpaying for drugs.
That's really
So the bottom line here, it
Okay, I gotta
seems,
go.
from everything you've said,
I'll
is that
see ya.
if you have trouble paying for your prescription drugs in the United States,
All right.
this website is probably not going to fix that problem.
Figured you'd like it.
Yeah, this website just isn't really doing very
All right, well, I'm gonna eat and then I'm gonna get back to work for a little bit.
prices. For example, some of the most expensive drugs on the market
Love you,
right now,
Mom.
and the ones that Americans and insurance companies struggle to pay for, are drugs for cancer. There are not any drugs for cancer on this website. And it's worth noting that this is just the beginning. More drugs are expected to be added to this website over time. But for right now, it's very clear that this is not the solution to the problem of high prescription drug costs in America.
So Margot, if this website is really only going to help people who either want to lose weight or have
I am. I promise. I am. I promise.
about the decision to focus on those two groups to begin with, especially because
I just need to go find somewhere to park and eat.
the American family is such a big part of this campaign. Do you think that this TrumpRx program is motivated more by ideology and perhaps campaign promises than by a desire to truly improve affordability?
I don't really think it is. I think it's more of a happy accident that these are drugs that Trump would love to take credit for lowering the price of because they connect to his campaign promises in the case of infertility, and they're really popular in the case of weight loss drugs. But they're also drugs where the drug company already had a great incentive to offer a discount, that there is this big market of people who are already paying for it with their own money, and the publicity of the TrumpRx launch might help bring them more customers that will compensate for the lower prices. But the whole exercise, I think, very much fits into the kind of salesmanship that we expect from Trump. He does not really have a solution to the broader question of healthcare affordability. He does not have a comprehensive plan to lower healthcare costs at a hospital or at doctors or any of the other places where most Americans are faced with the biggest bills. And even more than that, his administration has taken actions that are raising the cost of healthcare for a lot of Americans that could cause millions of Americans to lose their health insurance. So this is not just a small solution, but it is a small solution to a problem that is getting worse on Trump's watch. Marco Singer Katz, thank you again for being with us today. It's nice to be here.
Daily is supported by Ninja One, the Ninja One unified IT operations platform used by 35,000 customers in over 140 countries, with solutions to support IT resilience, operational efficiency. Unify IT, simplify work. NinjaOne.com.
Listeners of the day, get to the heart of
Nice.
shaping the world. For more on today's episode, go to nytimes.com/the day. Distribution of the data is made possible.
That's pretty cool. I love building model cars. Last one I built was the model car was a Plymouth Prowler. That Plymouth Prowler took a while too. I matched up the paint to what it looked like on the box. It was real pretty. I don't have it anymore. It got destroyed. 6 brothers and sisters, you know. But that's really fun. I love doing that.
This is CPR News, 89.5 FM, KDRA.
You could probably do it on time lapse too. I think that'd be pretty cool to watch. You know, start to finish.
YR Gray and at CPR.org.
Yeah. Really?
Hi, I'm Manya Whitaker.
So they got this really cool place down here. It's called Hobby Hut. You go in there and it has all kinds of different model airplanes, model cars, trains. I mean, you name it. They have a model of it that you can build. Real freaking neat.
Colorado Public Radio not only keeps citizens informed,
Looks like it's about to rain here soon. It rained a little bit earlier today, but not much. Man, I can't wait to eat this. My mom made it this time.
Made almost $4 billion off of the presidency in just about a year.
Merch is the most surprising. Crypto is the biggest. And then I would say the Gulf real estate is the other one that's the most destructive.
I'm Sarah Gonzalez, and today on Planet Money, we talk about
You know, I really appreciate you, Andrew. Thank you.
And the today, Neil Blumenthal, co-founder of the Equare brand, Warby Parker, joins me on High Levels.
Yeah, I believe so.
Up-and-coming entrepreneurs grow and nurture their teams.
If you look at...
I can almost guarantee you they go from a bigger wholesaler, though. 100%.
Shared values, shared rituals, and shared mission.
I like those videos where they take some random object and they make it look like something completely different. You know what I mean? Like you take a pop bottle and you turn it into an actual fucking ship that looks like it's gonna sell, you know? Or a soda can, you know? So I'm gonna park over here at Maverick real quick and I'm gonna eat this food. I am so fucking hungry. I need to grab something to drink. I got my coffee, never mind.
Several times, the Democrats in fact noted that there was a group of women in the hearing room who were victims of Epstein at one point, several points actually. They were even asked to stand up. But Democrats criticized the department for failing to produce all of the files by the deadline required by law, and criticized the numerous problems that have been found with the redactions that the Justice Department made in files. That includes redacting the names of Epstein's suspected conspirators, and some cases not redacting the names or photos of victims.
Now, Energy Secretary Chris
So badass.
Venezuela, he says Venezuela is making progress toward opening its economy to major oil producers and international business. Here's Terry Cobb reports on Wright's 3-day visit following the U.S. military's ouster of President Nicolas Maduro.
Secretary Wright was upbeat about recent Venezuelan oil sales, the loosening of U.S. sanctions, and legislative changes opening Venezuela's oil industry to private investment. He says the U.S. and the Venezuelan people's goals are the same.
We want to see a flood of investment coming in, more income being generated for the people of Venezuela, more improvement of the quality of lives, and more oil going on the world oil markets to help the planet.
to help the world.
Wright was greeted at the Mirror of Florida's presidential palace by interim President Delcy Rodriguez. He said he will visit oil fields and meet with oil executives, but said so far there have been no discussions about setting a timetable for Democratic elections. On NPR News.
So good.
Instagram says the app is not clinically addictive. And here's Bobby Allen reports on the landmark social media trial against Meta and YouTube.
Instagram CEO Adam Mosseri took the witness stand to fight allegations that Meta deliberately designs apps to hook young people. This marquee trial could shape the outcome of thousands of pending cases against social media platforms. Bereaved parents like Juliana Arnold of New York packed the courtroom. Arnold's 17-year-old daughter Coco was killed by a predator she met on Instagram. The app, she says, made her daughter's mental health issues worse.
No one would even make the connection at all with social media. It wasn't even discussed, right? It was always something else. She's just clinical depression. She has anxiety. They label it and want to give, medications for it, but they never wanted to figure out behaviorally what was going on.
Meta says the trial will demonstrate its long-standing commitment to supporting young people. Bobby Allen, NPR News, Los Angeles.
This is NPR. President Trump has made another move to boost the nation's coal industry. He's announced that the Energy Department will provide $175 billion for upgrades to coal-fired plants in Kentucky, North Carolina, Ohio, Virginia, and West Virginia. He's also ordered the Pentagon to enter into purchase agreements to buy electricity from coal-fired plants. The Seattle Seahawks celebrated their Super Bowl victory over the New England Patriots with a parade through the city's downtown.
2004 Chevy Cavalier
KUOW in Seattle
RC model car.
A sea of blue and green-clad Seahawks fans basked in the glow of victory and a sunny Seattle morning as they celebrated the Hawks' second Super Bowl title in the team's history. Andres Munoz, a lifelong Seahawks fan, came to the parade thrilled with Patriots loving.
There's the one, it's 1/64th scale of a 2004 Chevy Cavalier.
This culture to the next generation.
That's sweet.
So it's important that she sees this as a historic moment, and we couldn't be happier to have her with us.
City officials estimate between 750,000 and 1 million spectators turned out for the parade. For NPR News, I'm Noel Gaston.
Stock markets in Asia largely advancing in Thursday trading. The markets in South Korea and Japan hit record intraday highs in early trading, following slight losses on Wall Street, while the S&P 500 and the Dow dropped less than 0.1%. I'm Giles Snyder.
That's cool.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include BritBox, dedicated to offering viewers the opportunity to see it differently with British TV, streaming original series, Jane Austen dramas, Agatha Christie mysteries, and more at BritBox.com.
One of the things like, it's like, oh.
This is Planet Money from NPR. We are 1 year into President Donald Trump's second term, and some things are really different this time around.
Going over some math to be all up to date.
That's New Yorker reporter David Kirkpatrick.
Now, if as we go through this, I turn pages, is that a problem?
No, I think we actually like that sound.
Oh, is that right? Okay, all right, okay, fine.
David has been doing the near impossible task of following every new business and business deal and financial transaction that Trump and his family have made this past year and in the first term. And he's noticed this.
You know, in the first term, they said voluntarily, we're not going to do any hotel or other business deals overseas because that would be bad optically. That's gone. That's out the window. This term, they've done deals all over the place overseas.
In the first term, we actually said we're not going to do any foreign deals.
That's Donald Trump Jr. talking.
And the reality is, it just stopped the media from constantly saying you're profiteering anyway. We stopped entirely. So this time around, we said, hey, we're going to play by the rules, but we're not going to go so far as to stymie our business forever, lock ourselves in a proverbial padded room, because it almost doesn't matter. They're going to hit you no matter what.
So effectively, they've just said, since we're going to get criticized, we might as well take the money and run. And that's when they started making money, kind of hand over fist.
And it's not just foreign hotel deals or other investments from abroad. It's crypto, merch, President Trump's social media platform that he makes official White House announcements on.
In fact, it's hard to find a case where they've turned down an opportunity to make money off the presidency.
Okay, before Trump's first term, David says Trump was in a tight spot financially. He was losing income from licensing and endorsements. And at the beginning of his second term, he was in an even tighter spot, David says. At the time, he owed hundreds of millions in fraud and defamation lawsuits.
But after just 6 months into his second term, Trump's financial situation started looking real good. Like, real good. Just zoom, shot up in 6 months. Just got that.
Oh, I make my own logos. I have a bunch of them. I like my logo though.
Almost $4 billion. That is the number according to David. That is how much Trump and his family have made by this point in his second term. Almost $4
I appreciate you though.
And almost all of it made this past year.
And disclaimer, this isn't just money that Trump himself has made, but his sons too. And then there's some in there that his wife Melania and son-in-law also made. There's no real way to.
I appreciate you though. Oh, you don't have to worship. You don't have to be sorry.
Even though Trump has transferred management of the Trump Organization to his sons, Trump still profits from the business deals that they make, and Trump can withdraw profits or assets whenever he wants.
Now, David says he went out of his way to not include money that the family would have made if Trump were president. So he didn't count many deals, some big ones, that he says would likely have happened anyway. And he didn't count profit made from like regular pre-existing businesses.
Somebody just likes to stay in a fancy hotel with lots of gilding. Okay, fine. That's legit. He owned those properties before. We'll call that fair. That's not making money off the business. The only deals that I focused on are the ones where it was just inconceivable that Trump or his family would have made this money, would have done this deal, sold this crypto, or agreed to manage this property for some lucrative contract if he weren't the president.
But, I mean, a lot of presidents, Republican and Democrat, have made money after they're president, once they leave office. Like Bill Clinton's very well-paying speaking engagements, George W. Bush's book, Barack Obama's Netflix deal.
And also, while they're in office, presidents will essentially sell access to the president and even sell positions, like when they're running for re-election, raising campaign money.
Ambassadorships are routinely, I would say, in every presidency given to big donors. Secretary of Commerce is working with that all. So he's not the first to sell access. He's not the first really to sell position. And I don't want to defend it, but it's routine and it's familiar. It's what they all do. And President Clinton famously let donors stay in a Lincoln bedroom. Right, that's a notorious example. That's not what we're talking about here.
Right, those are campaign donations. They are not personal profit. They don't go to the president.
Trump is the first president to make so much money explicitly off of the White House for himself and his family. Money that actually goes into his own pocket, that he can use at his pleasure after he leaves office. So that's really what I tried to focus on.
Hello and welcome to Planet Money. I'm Sarah Gonzalez.
And I'm Mary Childs. Today on the show, we get out the counting machine and tally up the minimum amount of money Trump and his family have made or profited, as David puts it, off of the presidency.
That's almost $4 billion. We go line by line and stop at the most interesting ways that Trump and his family have made all that.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from BritBox, dedicated to offering viewers the opportunity to see it differently with British TV. Streaming original series, Jane Austen dramas, Agatha Christie mysteries, and more at BritBox.com.
All right, well, I appreciate you coming in here and hanging out for a while. Thank you so much.
Not just come up with the number, how much money Trump and his family have made number, that approaching $4 billion number. He wanted to also show
why some of their new deals probably would not have happened if Trump wasn't the president of the United States.
And this was not an easy undertaking.
You know, the Trump family has left a variety of clues to their finances, but none of them are totally transparent. So you've got to look at the court cases that have been about their reporting to their banks, and you've got to look at what they say in their public financial disclosures, and you've got to look at what they say publicly as well. So there's a lot of different ways to try to count up their money. None of them are perfect, but you can sort of extrapolate money.
So how, in the scale of how, perfect, would you say you're 75% there, 50% there?
I'd say I'm 100% if your target is to be conservative. Right? So what I have here is a kind of at least number, a minimum number.
So for example, think of the DC hotel. Remember the DC hotel? That was the first big instance in the first Trump term where people were worried about foreign leaders, CEOs, booking rooms there to try to curry favor with the president as an impermissible emolument. There were lawsuits, but they were never fully litigated before he left office.
It feels so quaint now.
It feels so quaint. I know people were so strung out about this overpriced, and really that's nothing.
Didn't make money off the DC hotel. It apparently repelled as many potential customers as it attracted. Some foreign leaders didn't want to be caught up in some emolument scandal. In the end,
the DC hotel estimated gain 0.
That was from the first term. In general, from Trump, his family did not profit all that much, a couple of $100 million. But the second term is 0.
If we were going to go on your list to the top 3 most fun or creative or unusual ways that Trump has gotten richer or profited off of the presidency, what are your highlights?
The most lucrative ways, the most creative ways, I have to say, the one that surprised me the most is the merch.
Me too. I love the merch one.
So merch is the most surprising. Crypto is the biggest. And then I would say the golf real estate is the other one that's the most striking.
Those are the 3 we're going to pause and go into detail on. But we're going to tally up what the Trump family has made across a few different categories, like hospitality deals, finance, the full list.
First up, the finest category, merch.
Every politician, every campaign sells merch. They all sell it for the campaign, right? But the campaign money, you can't use it personally. The Trumps were very innovative. They actually sell a line of Trump branded merchandise that looks very much like you're supporting the Trump campaign or the Trump movement. But in fact, that money goes into their own pockets.
The Trump speakers, Trump Bibles, Trump guitars, Trump gets some of those profits. And technically, he's diverting money that would have gone to his own campaign. He doesn't.
Yeah, it's like a designer knocking himself off. That's basically what's going on here.
From all the merch, Trump has made about $27.7 million.
So maybe it's small change, but hats off. That's a real innovation.
Another real innovation is actually around official campaign money. Trump found a way to convert campaign money into money that he could use to pay for his legal defense and lawsuits against him. Like when E. Jean Carroll sued for defamation after her sexual abuse allegation case, or when Trump was charged with trying to overturn the results of the 2020 election. The campaign money loophole, according to David, earned Trump $100 million worth of legal defense. So add that to the other merch money.
Legal fees and Trump merch, estimated gain $127.7 million.
Next up,
Truth Social.
Truth Social, with a very, very generous estimate of about $25 million. It's safe to say that it owes all of its success to his status as president.
David calls this the media category. It includes social media, but also media deals like a payment from Amazon to Melania to make a movie about Melania's life. And also it includes suing the media.
Yeah, this category includes all the many lawsuits Trump has brought against big media companies like ABC, CBS, Meta. The estimate for the gains from the lawsuits and deals is about $91 million.
I think especially in the case of the lawsuits, all of which were deemed to be frivolous by most media law experts, it's fair to call those payments that we would not.
Lawsuits. $16 million.
Next up, the private jet, Qatari Royal Jet. The Qatari government technically gifted this jet to the U.S. government, but it's later supposed to go to the Trump Presidential Library. And David says that there is a way for presidents to benefit from their presidential libraries.
The Qatari Royal Jet, I would give that a value of about $150 million to use.
Now we're going to get into bigger categories, like the category that details hospitality. These are hotel and real estate deals and earnings both abroad and in the U.S. We will start domestically with Ron.
Oh.
Mar-a-Lago, estimated gain, 125.
You know, I've never even seen Mar-a-Lago. I've heard a lot about it, but I've never seen it. Not even in pictures.
Only how much extra it profits Trump's presidency.
Must be nice. I bet it's like Aspen.
After the 2016 election, Trump started hiking up the initiation fee for Mar-a-Lago members. It used to be $100,000. In 2017, it went up to $200,000. Now, it's $1 million.
Okay, hotel deals abroad. There's a Trump hotel in Vietnam.
The Trump Hotel Hanoi. In Vietnam, some documents have emerged to show that the Vietnamese government is providing favorable expedited treatment to a truly vast hotel golf
Really?
project.
I've never been. I bet it is though.
That
I bet it's haunted too. I bet it's haunted as fuck.
There, I think
Imagine all those rich millionaire fucking ghosts out there.
Right? This is what he was
I would just, bro, I can just imagine it now.
There's an argument that the Trump organization should be allowed to still make these kinds of hotel and golf course deals. And this is why David is not counting every deal, right? He is only counting, he says, deals that seem special, striking, deals or terms that he says are unlikely to have happened if Trump wasn't the president or incoming president. Like these other deals in the Middle East, for example, specifically in Portugal.
the Trumps have not done much business in the Persian Gulf. Suddenly, as he's on his way to being Republican nominee, on his way back to the White House, they get a string of enormous deals with the same Saudi company across Oman, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Qatar. Would those deals have happened if he weren't the president? No, of course not.
Well, of course they would. Why?
If you're going to open a big resort in the Persian Gulf, and you could go to the Four Seasons, you could go to Marriott, you could go to the Ritz, you could go to a lot of these giant companies that get lower costs because of their size. Why don't you go to the Trump Organization, which has so little in the Gulf? The Trump Organization is a very small network. Usually, if you're going to hire somebody to run your hotel and license a name for your hotel, if it's Marriott or one of the behemoths, they'll hold But if it's, David Kirkpatrick Hotel Management, you're lucky if you can get a 10-year contract. But reportedly, according to the New York Times, the deal he got in Oman for a giant hotel condo almost 30-year deal. So that's another clue. This is an extraordinary time.
Those are not the kinds of deals that the Trump Organization has gotten in ever.
Certainly not abroad.
In these Persian Gulf hotel deals,
I don't get an estimated gain of $105.8 million.
so David finds between Persian Gulf hotels, Vietnam, and Mar-a-Lago, the Trump family has made about $270 million.
Next category, finance deals.
So Jared Kushner.
Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, after he was senior advisor to President Donald Trump in Trump's first term, he gets into private equity, after basically being a real estate guy all his life.
He opens a private equity firm, but he reaches out to the Saudi Arabia, rulers of Saudi Arabia, who he's been very good to in office, and he asked them for a $2 billion investment. Now, I was able to obtain 2 years ago the minutes of a meeting of their advisory board evaluating that, and it was unanimously negative. Everybody said this guy has no experience in private equity. We have no reason to believe that no U.S. investors have gone there.
Wow,
And he's
there's so
asking
many
us to do
dashes
the
right
first with $2 billion.
That's
should
why.
do it. The Gulf of Saudi Arabia did it. Now, would they have done that if his father was not the former and possible future president? No, I think they wouldn't have.
Jared's cut of that investment, $320 million.
And if you think that Jared Kushner's gain here shouldn't count towards the whole family gain, David says, fine, subtract it. He made this list as a sort of choose your own adventure.
The same goes for this other finance deal that Don Jr. got as partner of an investment fund.
1789 Capital.
David says here also, it is unlikely Don Jr. would have gotten this job based just on his work experience, had his dad not been president.
Estimated gain, 19.6 million.
All right, we're just gonna do a little running total check here from the finance deals, the hotel deals, the lawsuits, all the way down to the merch deals. We are at about $1 billion in gains for Trump and his family. There's one final category with a bunch of things in it.
So crypto. Now the crypto category has to be broken down into a variety of smaller categories. The first form of crypto the Trump family got into were non-fungible tokens, which are basically kind of digital cartoons of President Trump and later his wife.
This is like where Trump looks like super muscular and he's like a superhero, right? Those are the NFTs.
Right, or biker Trump with an electric guitar. I put their estimated gain from the sale of those non-fungible tokens at 14.4 million. Then we get to what I call token investments.
Token investments are another crypto category. The Trump family profited from the sale of digital tokens from a crypto company called World Liberty Financial, with an estimated gain of $974.5 million. So almost $1 billion.
And there's a form of crypto known as a stable coin, which they gave a pretty fun name to.
USD1.
USD1, like the US dollar.
And their first customer, and really their main only
Hey,
customer
Google.
so far, has been the government.
I have a video on YouTube that is 5 seconds long, and it has 38,000 views. How many minutes is that?
At about 243 million.
I'm curious what you think of the USD1 crypto theme. Seems very intentional.
Well, in crypto and broad strokes, the Trump family play is to use the credibility and imprimatur of the sitting president to build trust in what otherwise strikes people as a pretty sketchy asset, that is crypto. So calling it USD1 and reminding everybody that it's associated with the President of the States is a good way to build faith and credibility as digital currency as the equivalent of a dollar. So that makes sense to me. That's really what they're up to.
Then there is American Bitcoin.
American Bitcoin is a Bitcoin mining company that the Trump brothers have founded with a friend.
David says the Trump sons contributed mainly their name.
Their share
52
would
points.
be worth about 115 million.
Next up, Trump Media, the parent company of Truth Social, has reinvented itself as a kind of Bitcoin holding company.
So as of right now, to be able to get monetized, I need 3,000 watch hours. As of right now, as of February 6th, I have
And then they've used some of that.
199 valid public watch hours.
President Trump.
So that's why I'm not playing any music or anything like that. So that way I can get monetized. I have a little bit of like background noise in the background, but it's not like copyright. So I'm going to be able to upload this video. And so that way, you know, even if I don't have anybody else watching the video, all the watch hours that are on here now from people that are watching for however long it's been, I'll be able to add that up to the watch hours that they have on here, and so that way I can get monetized. So the less music I play, the faster I get monetized. You know?
385 million.
And that makes 3.
So the more people watch my videos, then the better.
And that's how David got to that almost 4.
But as of right now, I'm just gonna go with my analytics.
Caroline Levitt has said Many
my
argue that
overall
President Donald Trump does not profit off the presidency, and that actually Trump has sacrificed money that he could have made had he just been working on his businesses. But the White House doesn't seem to disagree that Trump is
right now, my lifetime overall views is 242,960
But
views.
I mean, surely Trump is not the only president to make money, not just after their term, but while they are president.
Yeah, 242,960.
U.S. president to make money like Trump has while they are the sitting president. If we called up someone who would.
My name is Fred Wertheimer.
Sounds so Fred.
Well, at least the last.
Fred's wife, Linda Wertheimer, is considered one of the founding mothers of NPR, recently retired.
And Fred is the president of Democracy 21. It's a nonprofit that works to reduce the influence of big money in politics. Nonpartisan.
I've worked with Republicans and Democrats for decades.
Fred is big government ethics and campaign support guy. He says,
It doesn't exist at the level of which President Trump is making money.
I mean, okay, like this in terms of scale, but like famously, infamously, Hunter Biden made money.
Hunter Biden was not a president. You asked me about president.
Yeah,
Hunter Biden is an example of a close relative of a president using the president's name to make money.
And when you look at the relatives of presidents profiting or even benefiting, yeah, there are plenty examples of that in our history, for instance. But still, all those examples very different in terms of the amount of money, even Hunter Biden.
He did not make anywhere near the amount of money that President Trump's sons are making.
Fred says there are examples of presidents having conflicts of interest and profiting, some from the presidents.
There are a couple, there aren't a lot. There is President Lyndon Johnson.
I have to go back.
His wife owned a small radio station and then bought a television station in Austin, Texas. And reportedly, he got favorable rulings from the FCC. So he had a conflict of interest. And I don't know how much you could quantify the value he got from that. But I can tell you.
But also
it was nothing.
Farther to the 1920s with President
There we go.
Jimmy Carter.
Just got one for Little Caesars, $8.05. It's going from Little Caesars up here all the way up to Horizon Drive. So we're heading up there, getting that done. $8, guys. Maybe this one will get us back up to platinum. Man, I'm so glad to be back.
companies replacing ads in that paper, in that newspaper to maybe try to curry favor with Orange Party, right? Like that could have been, was that a concern that people were trying to grab in the 1920s?
I'm old, but I wasn't there. But conflicts of interest. I have no idea, but they were conflicts of interest. Certainly, when Johnson became vice president, it was reported that his aides were
Motherfucker. Oh, man.
Sell the business during presidency. That's kind of like what's happening with Trump, except
yeah, no, it's not like
well, it's not like what's happening.
Let me give you an example. Trump has made billions, he and his family, in cryptocurrency. At the same time, he is controlling the policy of the United States on cryptocurrency. And his policies are totally favorable to cryptocurrency.
I'll be right back.
I can make this argument for Trump's first presidency. He was a businessman before, what is he supposed to do? Sell all of his businesses? He'd probably get criticism for that too. Maybe somebody paid generously to buy his business to get him good with the incoming president. But for the second term, President Trump is currently setting policies that benefit his and his family's businesses and grow the economy. And that is different.
President is not something that a U.S. president has done.
What about other countries? What other president is
Well,
like
the
another country?
leading example of this is Mr. Putin.
I think that might strike people a certain way.
No, you asked me about foreign countries. And Putin is probably the leading head official of the country.
In terms of wealth?
In terms of potential wealth. People can't figure out how much he has put away while being president, but estimates range from $20 billion to hundreds of billions of dollars.
So there's Vladimir Putin, President of Russia, and a few others.
You have dictatorships all over the world where the leaders make sure that they become very wealthy in their job. It just has never existed like this in our country until now.
David Kirkpatrick, who has done all the accounting on just how much Trump and his family have profited, is not done. He's still keeping track and will keep updating the number.
When we spoke to him 4 months after his magazine article came out, the number had already gone up by about $500 million.
Planet Money is going on tour to celebrate the release of our first ever Planet Money book. We are doing live events across the country. Basically, live Planet Money episode recordings plus interviews with the authors, special guests. Details on cities and dates at planetmoneybook.com. That's planetmoneybook.com.
Today's episode of Planet Money was produced by James Smith. It was edited by Jess Jang and fact-checked by Sierra Juarez. Robert Rodriguez engineered it. Alex Goldmark is our executive producer.
I'm Sarah Gonzalez.
And I'm Mary Childs. This is NPR. Thanks for listening.
All right, and Guy is here to tell us what is coming up next on How I Built This.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. So today we're taking questions on How I Built This Advice Line. It's where up-and-coming entrepreneurs call in for help with their businesses, and to help me answer their questions, I'm joined by Neil Blumenthal, co-founder of the eyewear brand Warby Parker. Neil talks a lot about the importance of building a really strong company culture.
The companies that seem to function best during the pandemic, for example, had earned all the goodwill from a strong culture and strong relationships before the pandemic. So that way, when people did go to work remote, they were able to sort of leverage a lot of that culture that had already been built.
Stick around after the break for How I Built This.
Loveland. The name evokes romance, but the town in Colorado was named for railroad man William Loveland, who connected the region to the rest of the country. As the town grew around commerce, it also latched on to a different legacy. Every February, Valentines in the millions arrive by mail from all 50 states and more than 100 countries. Volunteers hand-stamp each one with a verse and a special Loveland postmark, and send them off to their final destinations. It's a tradition that began in 1946. Two local lovers teamed up with the town postmaster to create the Valentine Remailing Program. Today, a bronze plaque in a Loveland park commemorates the sweetheart couple, Ted and Mabel Thompson. Married more than 60 years, their love story still romances the world every Valentine's Day. With love, from Loveland.
A Colorado postcard with the support of Coble & Company.
Support for NPR comes from this station. And from Easy Cater, a workplace food platform dedicated to making it easy for organizations to order food from a wide variety of restaurants, set up employee meal programs, and manage food spend at easycater.com. And from Progressive Insurance, working to help protect small businesses and the owners that run them, offering customizable coverages to salons, accounting firms, tradespeople, and more. Learn more at progressivecommercial.com.
Hello and welcome to the Advice Line on How I Built This. This is the place where we help try to solve your business challenges. Each week, I'm joined by a legendary founder, a former guest on the show who will attempt with me to help you. And if you're building something and you need advice, give us a call and you just might be the next guest on the show. Our number is 1-800-433-1298. Send us a 1-minute message that tells us about your business and issues or questions that you'd like help with. And make sure to tell us how to reach you. All right, let's get to it. Joining me today is Neil Blumenthal, co-founder and co-CEO of Warby Parker. Neil, welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be back.
Great to have you back. You were first on the show back in 2016, telling us how you and a few friends from your MBA program basically realized that classes were way too expensive and you decided to do something about it. And of course, your brand, Warby Parker, was the result. It's been an amazing success story. It's really changed the way people buy classes. By the way, we're asking a quick question before we get to our callers. I know that you guys are really leaning into AI. Can you talk about how you're integrating AI into the actual
Yeah, we're really excited. We're working with Google to launch AI glasses. They're sort of Warby Parker branded intelligent eyewear. If you think about it, the glasses sit on your face. They're able to see what you see, hear what you hear, and you can look at a plant or a building or a piece of art and being able to communicate with somebody in another language, or as they're speaking, your glasses could be translating in real time. So, these are things that are really helpful and useful for all of us.
Yeah, for sure. Super cool. All right, let's bring our first caller. Welcome to the Advice Line. You are on with Neil Blumenthal, co-founder of Warby Parker. Please tell us your name, where you're calling from, and a little bit about your business.
Hi, guys. Hi, Neil. It's an honor to be on the show with you two legends today. My name is Brian DeMent. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Salt Life Wellness. We are a studio chain of wellness centers here in Southern California. We specialize in light therapies.
Awesome. Welcome to the show, Brian. So you've got 3 locations in Southern California around LA, or where are you?
Yeah, we're kind of like wedged below LA in Orange County, but above San Diego in that fire. Yeah.
Okay, I love the light thing. I do my morning light dog walk every morning. Get the dopamine levels up and going, and it is actually really amazing and effective. Okay, so this is a light therapy. It's kind of like suntan. So to go in and you sit in front of. Tell me a little bit more about what you do.
With our
I shine flashlights at people while they're in the shower. The shower's not even on, but they like that shit. That's what he's saying.
Mimic kind of the full outdoor exposure if you were to go to the beach, say, for example. Because we also pair it with salt therapy and cold plunge. Contrast with our
you got salt room, and cold plunge. Nice. Okay, so before we have that, just for your tell us.
Yeah, so we get about a dozen inquiries per week from people all around the country who want to live in salt light. My question for you guys is how do we properly vet these people, especially with the volume of the growing various operations of a dozen per week?
It's definitely warmed up outside. I think there's about to be a storm.
Awesome, great question, and very insightful. Neil, I'm going to bring you in. First of all,
congratulations. Warby owns and operates all of our stores, which we have over 300. We slowly go through quite a vetting process and hire our store leaders, and I actually still interview every single one.
Wow.
We think that the key to success is people and culture. And if you look at enduring brands, right, it all comes down to people and culture. And what is culture? It's shared values, shared rituals, right, and shared mission. So I think you're on the right track here in saying, hey, first thing is we have to stands for what their mission and values are, that people are already self-selected, right, and reaching out to you. Then do you actually want to put some barriers in place,
yes.
So that way you can narrow without investing too much time who you might want to work with? And that might be an application process. You know, it's interesting. Now, I would say that if you do license or franchise, your business model changes quite a bit. You now have a new customer, and those customers are the franchisees. So it's just something to think about as you decide on your strategy. How do you want to be spending your time, and are you going to build a product for franchisees?
As Neil said, you want to build some barriers just to make your workflow more efficient, right? So if there's inbound, you basically create a questionnaire with like 15 short questions, ask about their business experience, their available capital, any demographic information on who they are, why they're motivated, and that alone, just that barrier to entry, is going to eliminate like 60 to 70% of the accounts. People who are just not going to bother filling it. And then once somebody fills it out, you can go to the next step and actually have a conversation with them. And really, what you're looking for is, right, you know, are these people, do they believe in what you're doing? You know, not only are they coachable and are they somebody to work with, but do they really believe in this, right? Because people who are looking for a passive income stream, that's not your person, right? You're still too early. You've got 3 locations. Those first 5 franchises, we've learned from all our interviews that we've done with franchise businesses on the show, they're critical. Those first 5 are going to define so much of the culture. They can elevate the brand, they can dilute it, they have such a huge impact.
Wow, hearing that's kind of like a breath of fresh air. I appreciate just even the sifting, the workflow that you suggested there. And you said something about ensuring people are passionate, not only about the leadership role and the operator role, but the branding side of it. For Neil, do you have, you know, I know there's companies that they're famous for the types of questions they ask in interviews. Do you have any kind of indicators of, wow, this person really gets the brand? Is there a specific type of question you would ask, or something that you know that this is the question that ensures there's alignment?
Yeah, usually it's not one particular question, although I'll share an example. Sometimes I'll ask, do you remember when you first heard about the brand? And we're now 15 years in, so that question is perhaps not as relevant as it was, 5 or 10 years ago, but it starts a conversation where the individual can start to share what they know and what they love about the brand. And frankly, if they don't know a lot, then how could they possibly love the brand or the mission, right? They didn't do their homework, which, they didn't do their homework on interview with the CEO of the company. Am I going to trust them with the 4 walls of a store and managing people?
Yeah, I mean, you could,
Hello.
You ask them, what does salt and light mean to you? What does that phrase mean to you? Tell me about your own, light therapy, salt challenges that you had. You really want to interrogate their own personal wellness journey to see why they're interested and to gauge their passion. The other thing, I'm just curious, are you getting inbound from people outside of California?
Yeah. Last week I had about an hour phone call or video call with a gentleman from Nashville, Arizona, Northern California. So yeah, obviously Northern California is in California, but yes, it's all around.
What's funny to me is it's almost counterintuitive in that these are all places with lots of sun. I'm sitting here in New York, and during the winter it gets dark at 4:30. Like I want you to open up here next to my office.
Yeah. I think that if you do work with some of these franchisees, you might want to look at what Orange Theory or Stretch Lab did, which is they built regional density first, right? You want to start by maybe building out 5 to 10 locations within an hour or two drive from HQ before you go to Nashville or Dallas or somewhere else. If you really want to sort of test the model and be able to really have oversight before you think about going out of state or even into Northern California.
Yeah, and being within close proximity allows you to provide greater support to the different locations and to physically be there and visit more frequently.
Thank you for that. Yeah, and we have seen that in our existing location. There is a bit of a network effect amongst the three, which is great. And yeah, I mean, we're right next door to Orange County and San Diego County. So those probably are, yeah, I appreciate the advice. That's probably a good market to move into.
Awesome. Brian DeMint, the brand is called Salt and Light Wellness. Good luck, man. Thanks so much for calling in.
Thank you so much.
I'm supposed to, yeah, thanks. All right, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with another caller. Stay with us. I'm Guy Raz, and you're listening to The Advice Line right here on How I Built This.
What fuels the partnership of Olympic ice dancers who are competing this year as husband and wife? On the next morning edition from NPR News.
Weekday mornings until 9 on CPR and KRCC. For music that helps you relax, reflect, and breathe, come to CPR Classical. Listen at CPR.org. There are plenty of ways to support CPR, including giving through appreciated stocks, which can also come with tax benefits. To do that, just ask your broker to transfer the stock directly to CPR. And if you decide to make this kind of gift, let us know. We'd love to thank you. Learn more on the support page at CPR.org. Your financial support makes everything we do possible.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from the Doris Duke Foundation, which aims to support the well-being of people and the planet for a more creative, equitable, and sustainable future. From BritBox, dedicated to offering viewers the opportunity to see it differently with British TV, streaming original series, Jane Austen dramas, Agatha Christie mysteries, and more at BritBox.com. And from the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation at macfound.org.
Welcome back to How I Built This. I'm Guy Raz. If you're just joining us, you're listening to an excerpt from the How I Built This advice line. And if you want to hear the full episode of How I Built This, you can find the show wherever you get your podcasts. All right, let's bring on our next caller.
Hey, Neil and Guy. My name is Tanner McCraney, calling out of Nashville, Tennessee, and I am the founder and president of the Cowboy Country Club, which is our made-up country club and golf brand that invites anyone to join and claim membership to. Our members represent those who can seamlessly transition from the country to the country club.
Okay, welcome to the show, Tanner. So wait, it's a made-up country club. What do you do? What do you sell?
So our business kind of has two sides. We've got the merch and then we've got the membership, but we don't really say that we have customers. Everyone who buys something is a member. And so for clothing, it's everything that you'd find in a pro shop: hats, quarter zips, hoodies, vests, t-shirt, pickleball paddles, and then we've got the membership stuff.
Oh, wow. So you actually, as a member of this virtual club, what do you get?
So our membership box is a subscription where you actually get a bag tag with your name on it and member number. It doesn't actually mean anything. It's just for fun. But you also get a head cover, golf towel. You get tees, basically a swag bag to trick out your golf bag.
All right, Cowboy Country Club, a made-up golf club, and you sell hats and apparel. And tell me the story about that. Like, how did this happen?
Absolutely. So growing up, my parents were members of a golf club. So I had a community to play with and talk about golf with. And then I went off to college, had a great community there to play with. Then after graduation, I went and took a finance job in Atlanta. And being there, I didn't have anyone to play with. I felt excluded from the game, nowhere to call home. And I figured that I could solve my own problem of feeling excluded by creating my own country club and inviting people to join. It was a crazy idea. But we built a social media following where I told my story and talked about why this was something that I was so passionate about. And our first drop sold out in 12 seconds.
Wow. And so before we dive in further, what's your question for us?
One thing that I've noticed about myself personally is I struggle to delegate. And so my question to you guys is in looking to scale, how do you let go of the day-to-day core responsibilities in order to build a scalable team and a scalable brand?
Got it. Okay, Neil Blumenthal, I want to bring you in. Cowboy Country Club.
Congratulations on all the success to date. And to your question about like, how do you delegate? What I've always found that delegation is hard, right? Especially when you're building a business yourself and you really want things to be done right and up to a very high standard. And sometimes you're doing things that you've never learned how to do. So then it's hard to hire somebody to do something that you don't know how to do. How do you even evaluate somebody for that? And what I would do early on is meet with a lot of other entrepreneurs or just people in sort of similar industries to better understand what the different departments a company has and what the different roles folks had. So I found that the better that I understood individual roles and the more comfortable that I came to like an organizational structure, then that made it easier to let go of certain roles and responsibilities because I grew more comfortable with the work that needed to be done. So that made it easier to write a position description, to evaluate somebody and hire somebody to do that work.
And you're right on the money there, because it seems like I'm so stuck working in the business rather than on the business. And so you're absolutely right that taking those roles and looking out to hires is the right place I need to be in.
Yeah, I mean, you are, all right, the thing you want to sound like what you want to do is you want to build the culture, the community, and the demand. And Neil, this is probably, I mean, I'm curious about you started your business with partners and everybody had different skill sets. It seems like maybe, in your case, Tanner, you want to look for like a product and operations person, right? Like you just want somebody with some experience in apparel who can handle operations and product and who can develop relationships with factories and figure out the margins and the supply chain stuff and forecasting. So it sounds like that's what is keeping you.
I'm deliberating whether or not I should quit for the night.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that we need to kind of break down the business. What roles am I the best at or we want to be an expert in, and then look for those people that can come in and make a difference. And one of our biggest goals for the next year is to bring fulfillment and warehousing in-house, because we've been using a 3PL since we've started, essentially. And I think getting our entire team in one location would be a great way to kind of build a culture and then bring people into that.
Having people in one location definitely is key to culture. And you saw that the companies that seemed to function best during the pandemic, for example, had earned all the goodwill from a strong culture and strong relationships before the pandemic. So that way, when people did go to work remote, they were able to sort of leverage a lot of that culture that had already been built. One thing that I would just think about long and hard is, what are the things that you want to be expert in and that you should do yourselves versus what are things that might be a commodity and can be outsourced. And you know, your brand, the design of your products, right? That is core to you guys, and that's unique. Packing a hat or a shirt into a box and shipping that to a customer, that might not be something that you want to do in-house because there's lots of experts that can do that, and they may have economies of scale and could even do it cheaper than you could do it yourself.
You know, it may make sense to tap into like a freelancer at this point, or what do you think?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, and you know, especially if you can define specific projects, that works really well for contract work and, you know, getting somebody to come on for a period of time. They have some pattern recognition because they've seen this before, and you know, not everything needs to be permanent. Not every relationship, right, needs to extend for a decade. You know, what I often tell our team at Warby is this train is going for a very long journey, and people get on at different points in the journey and they get off at different points in the journey, and that's completely okay. And we can stay close with those folks and hope that their time at Warby, they're thriving, they're learning, they're growing. But you know, people leave and the needs of the businesses change over time.
That's something I struggle with, is I want to find the perfect person for permanent. And knowing that, you know, it's strained, like you said, is a good perspective.
Yeah, awesome. Well, the brand is called Cowboy Country Club. Tanner McCraney, thanks for calling in, Bill.
Of course, thank you guys.
And Neil, thank you so much for coming back on the show. It's great having you back, and hopefully we'll have you back again.
Thank you for having me.
That's Neil Blumenthal, co-founder and co-CEO of Warby Parker. Thanks so much for listening to the show this week. You've just heard an excerpt, and if you want to hear the full episode of How I Built This, you can find the show wherever you get your podcasts. This episode was produced by Sam Paulson with music composed by Martina Rablui. It was edited by John Isabella. Our audio engineer was Sina Lafredo. This hour of Planet Money and How I Built This was produced by Sam Paulson and Guy Raz, and you've been listening to How I Built This.
Support for NPR from Progressive with small business insurance, protecting a variety of business types with multiple coverage options designed to fit owners' needs. More about small business insurance is at progressivecommercial.com. And from listeners like you who donate to this NPR station.
This is CPR News, 89.5 FM KPRN Grand Junction, 88.3 FM KPRH Montrose, 88.3 FM KPYR Craig, and at CPR.org.
I'm Reed White, president at the George T. Sanders Company, and we sponsor CPI. Sponsorship is very important to us because we strive to be a contributing member to the communities that we serve, and as a good patron of our community, we want to support Colorado Ukrainian. Compared to traditional advertising, this avenue seems always worthwhile for us, and we reach a part of the community that we might not otherwise. Learn how your business can support CPR through sponsorship at CPR.org.
Hello and welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Anne Soy in Nairobi.
It's currently 11 o'clock p.m. Mountain Time, Grand Junction, Colorado.
China's carbon dioxide emissions fell last year. We'll be hearing why an admittedly small drop might be significant good news for climate change.
If I don't get an order here pretty soon, I'm going to call it, guys.
Netanyahu to ask whether Mr. Netanyahu got what he wanted from his latest meeting with US President Donald Trump.
And the police in Canada have released more details about the suspect and victims in the British Columbia school shooting, but say they do not yet know what the motive for the attack was.
The messaging app WhatsApp has accused the Russian government of attempting to completely block its services in the country. The Kremlin spokesperson says it will be unblocked only when it complies with Russian law. It's come out after the latest world news.
BBC News with Fiona MacDonald. New data shows that China's emissions of carbon dioxide fell in 2025. Though the drop was just 0.3%, campaigners say it could be a milestone. Here's Justin Rolat.
This is not a dramatic breakthrough, but it means emissions from the world's manufacturing hub and second largest economy have now been flat or falling for almost 2 years. Carbon Brief's figures show a finely balanced picture. Emissions dropped across major sectors, including transport, power, cement, and metals, but rose in the chemical industry. China also added more coal and gas-fired power capacity last year than in any year for a decade.
Queues have built up outside polling stations in Bangladesh for its first elections since the ousting of the authoritarian Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina in 2024. Her Awami League party has been banned from running, but more than 2,000 candidates are vying for a seat in Parliament. Yogita Lamaya is in Dhaka.
At all the polling booths we've been to in Dhaka, we've seen a heavy security presence. More than 127 million people
I went out and did some fossil hunting, went over and
polling, we've seen
sat over there at Love's for a while, filled out some surveys, Got back on DoorDash,
The key
did some
contenders in this
orders,
election are the
and
Bangladesh
here pretty
Nationalist
soon I think I'm gonna
Party
call it for the
and
day.
Islamist
If
Jamaat
I don't get an
Islami.
order
These
here
are
in the
both
next
parties
5
with a
minutes,
long history
well,
in
3
Bangladesh.
minutes now.
Some of the student leaders who participated in the uprising also formed the party that is fighting this election in an alliance with Jamaat-e-Islami.
A leading German economic think tank says US aid for Ukraine fell by 99% in 2025. The drop reflects the change in US policy.
I've been pretty good. How about
Here's
you?
Ali McConnell.
I haven't seen you in a
latest
while.
report by the Kiel Institute starkly reflects the changes in support for Ukraine after 4 years of war. The collapse in US funding is dramatic, but the researchers say a sharp increase in aid contributions from Europe has almost offset the gap. Data shows that European financial and humanitarian assistance
Yeah,
to
I wish I
Ukraine
could say the
last
same
year
thing,
grew by
but it's been
59%,
like virtually
mostly backed
nothing
by
to
loans
do.
and grants from EU
Went out and found a bunch of
institutions.
fossils though.
Military aid
So-
increased by 2/3 and was dominated by countries in northern and
Here's
western
one of
Europe,
them.
in particular Germany, Scandinavia, and Britain.
There's a crystal.
Ukrainian officials say there have been overnight Russian drone and missile attacks on the Ukrainian capital Kiev and other cities. In Odessa and Dnipro, the authorities said infrastructure and homes had been damaged. The Russian governor of the Volgograd
It's really
region
cool.
said
Check
a
this out.
Ukrainian drone attack had caused a fire at a military facility, forcing the evacuation of a nearby village. BBC News. The Mexican Navy says it's conducted a coordinated operation with the
I
US
can't see
Coast
it.
Guard against drug smugglers in the Pacific Ocean. 188 packages containing cocaine were seized.
Yeah, and then there's
Relations
this
between
one.
the two countries have been strained by
Well, there's a
US
bunch of
claims
them, but
that the Mexican government
these
is
are my
not doing
favorites.
enough to combat the trafficking of drugs across the border. The South Korean intelligence agency believes the leader of North Korea is taking steps to designate his daughter as his successor. They've briefed a committee in the South Korean Assembly that the teenager, Kim Joo-ae, has been given a greater media profile by her father, Kim Jong-un, accompanying him on public trips, and, they believe, providing interim policy. Ms. Kim is thought to be about 13 or 14 years old. The British government is introducing legislation to restrict foreign funding of political parties before the next general election. Ministers argue it's necessary to legislate to prevent foreign interference in British democracy. Ian Watson reports.
While foreign nationals currently can't donate to British parties, they can make indirect contributions via their company if it's registered doing business in the UK. Reforms will mean firms making political donations will be required to show that they have a genuine connection to the UK, including having headquarters here and being majority owned or controlled by UK citizens. They'll also have to demonstrate they've generated sufficient revenue to cover the donations they make. The legislation would also lower the voting age from 18 to 16 for all UK elections.
Flight disruption is expected in Germany on Thursday with a staff walkout at the biggest airline and flag carrier Lufthansa. It comes on the eve of a security summit in Munich. Industrial action was called by unions representing cabin crew and pilots in disputes over employee protections and pensions. Lufthansa in September cut 4,000 jobs. BBC News.
Thank you for that summary. Hello and welcome to Newsday from the BBC World Service, live from Nairobi with me and Soy, and from London with James Copland.
Coming up, a slight drop in carbon emissions from one of the world's biggest polluters. We're going to discuss why it's significant. And President Trump has told the Israeli Prime Minister negotiations with Iran will continue, and he hopes for a deal. We'll hear from Benjamin Netanyahu's former aide.
We'll also bring you the latest from Canada following a mass shooting incident there. And we'd love to hear your thoughts on any of these stories that you hear on the program. Our text and WhatsApp number is +44 77 86
Whoa,
20
that's not good at all. Hell no. I'd be bitch slapping someone for that.
Now, China is still the world's largest annual emitter of carbon dioxide, accounting for around 1/3 of global emissions of this key greenhouse gas, seen as the primary driver of climate change. But it has also embarked on rapid investment into clean energy infrastructure, especially solar, and with a focus on reducing overall
What I'm gonna do, guys,
coal and gas power
if I don't get
stations,
an order here soon,
as seeking reductions in cement and steel manufacturing emissions. Now, following a record high of carbon dioxide emissions in 2024, new data shows that China's overall output of CO2 fell last year. And although it was only by a small amount, it is the first full year to show such a decline. Well, to discuss the significance of this, I spoke to Professor Catherine Hayo, Chief Scientist of the Nature Conservancy and Distinguished Professor at Texas Tech University in the US. I started by asking her about the history of China's contribution to global warming.
If we look at cumulative carbon emissions, which is the total atmospheric burden of carbon which is driving climate change, the US is still responsible for almost double what China is. But a number of years ago, over a decade ago, annual emissions from China surpassed those of the United States and continued to grow over that time, primarily driven by China's dependence on coal.
So this drop then, small though it seems to be, do you see it as significant?
It has the potential to be an inflection point, a very important inflection point, where rather than continuing to grow, emissions are actually turning around. And of course, as you know, to meet the Paris Agreement goals, we have to reduce and almost eliminate our greenhouse gas emissions. So they're not nearly there yet, but stopping increasing is the first step.
I haven't made anything. All of this has to go in for fuel and for something to drink. I already ate dinner. I pretty much have to go to bed now, because if I don't go to bed now, then I'm not going to get up early and I'm not going to make any substantial gains to anything. So, I mean, the sooner that I can, get to bed and get up, the better. I mean, I worked today. So technically, I mean, yesterday I did some surveys, today I did some surveys. So I didn't have a day off technically. Hey, Google, how many days has it been since March 9th, 2024? Yeah, 704 days without a day off. Hey, and if Avery, if you're watching, happy birthday.
Where I live, show that even though the current administration is actively blocking new wind and solar projects, there is still going to be a significant increase in that. The U.S. Energy Information Administration predicted last week that over 99% of new installed power generation in the U.S. next year will be renewables. So it is definitely happening, but it's not happening fast enough. It has to be happening faster, not slowing down. And so this is really a key moment to keep that momentum going, because what's at stake is, first of all, a livable planet for all of us. And also what's at stake is reducing the air pollution from fossil fuels that is still responsible for millions of premature deaths every single year. So every year that we continue to depend on coal primarily, and some from natural gas as well, every year that that dependence continues, there's literally a very real gap to it as well.
If you look then at the move to clean energy, would I be right thinking there are almost two models right now? China seems to have decided at a state level this is what we're going to do, move towards clean energy. In the US, it seems to be happening despite the president, rather than because of his actions.
Yes, I would agree with that. And interestingly, I live in Texas myself, where 40% of the power on the grid in Texas is now wind and solar energy, and there's 5 or 6 different types of storage already on the grid. And that is also happening despite state government as well.
You talked about these new figures about China.
I know, same.
Emissions increasing a possible inflection point. What needs to happen now for that to really come true?
If you look to the speeches that world leaders gave very recently at the World Economic Forum, the representative from China was the only one to really highlight the energy speech. We need people to understand that this is not about the environment versus the economy. It's not about people versus the planet. There is no profit on that planet. And nature
I'm tired, guys.
more value to our economy on an annual basis, the entire GDP of the world. We need a paradigm shift where we realize that sustainability is not just a nice extra add-on if we have time and resources. If sustainability is not core to what we do, we are not going to have a functioning society and live in the planet in the future, which means to care about these issues, you don't have to be a scientist like me. You definitely do not have to be an environmentalist or an activist. You just have to be a human being living on this planet. It until we internalize that paradigm shift, we are not going to see action scale rate.
Results there of that behavior chief scientist of election conservative, distinguished professor.
We turn to Canada now and the aftermath of Wednesday's mass shooting at a school in the province of British Columbia. Police have named an 18-year-old suspect, Jesse Rafael, who was found dead at the scene from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. But they say they do not yet know the motive for the attack. Police also gave some more information about those in the document.
Yeah, guys, I think I'm gonna call it. I will. Please come back tomorrow, okay? I mean, like, I'd really like to see you guys back tomorrow. Make some good content, make some good DoorDash footage for you guys. Well, live stream, whatever that is, but.
6 years ago. And they described two different scenes where these shootings unfolded. One at the suspect's home, where inside they found the body of his 39-year-old mother and the body of his.
Fucked up thing is I'm still hungry.
And police say after that shooting happened,
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna use the McDonald's app. I'm gonna get myself a Big Mac.
One 12-year-old boy, one 13-year-old boy, and one 39-year-old female educator. You know, they say that one victim was found in the stairwell and the others were found in the school library. So a lot to unpack from the detail that police provided today. They do say that they have a history of police responding to, attending to the suspect's home over the last 2 years. They say that those calls related to mental health, and they also say that they have previously apprehended this individual under.
And did they say anything more about the potential motive for the shootings?
No, that question that's really hanging over this. How would someone do this? Why would someone do this? Why would someone feel motivated to do something like this? And as of right now, police are saying they are getting closer to figuring out why this happened in this way. We don't have a sense of what that motive is. There's, always the possibility that we can never find out what led someone to commit a crime like this. So
I'm gonna get a quarter pounder with cheese and a sweet tea, and then I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna use my points from McDonald's. So yeah. Well, I'm waiting. I'm fucking hungry. Might as well use my points. That's really funny.
They're just very I spoke with a woman and her mother earlier.
Yes. Yeah, it's 1649. It's 1649. Well, I got that double quarter pounder with cheese, and I also got. Can I get a large sweet tea, half sweet, half unsweet? That should be it. Thank you. Hello. What about the drink? How cool? How weird. And it's not even connected. You know what's funny? The points never go away. They just keep on staying the same. It's just glitched. I love it. Free food. I'll see it. Thank you. Awesome, I appreciate it. It's stuck. Perfect. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it. I am tired. Did you hook me up with some extra stuff? What? Did you hook me up? Just like I know how. There's some salt. Yeah, hooked up. Yeah, man. Exactly. Pimpin', he says. You too, brother. I'm going to bed. Oh, dude, hey, I got something for you. Here, choose your fossil. Fossil? Yeah, you can't have these two though. This one? Yeah. Both. Whatever you want, man. Thank you, Mama. Yeah, man. Enjoy. Have a good one. Have a good day. He's a really good guy. His name's Ivan. He's from the Ukraine. Him and his wife. His wife works down over there at, well, I'm not going to tell you where she works, but either way, it's good times, you know. Real quick. Yeah, I'll wait for the order to come in while I'm waiting. So greasy. It's a lot of grease. Mm-hmm. Who's actually a subscriber on my channel too? I'm tired. I think I'm gonna hit it. Busy tonight? You busy tonight? Yeah, same here.
How are you? Good, just so busy.
Yeah, it's a blast, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Sorry?
It's a blast, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, so much
I think I'm gonna go to bed.
Well,
Good
guys,
seeing
have a
you.
good night. Yeah.
Good seeing you. See ya. I'm going to bed. I'll let you guys have it. There's way too many people out tonight. I had a full damn day today. Did you know German chocolate cake was invented in Texas? Sorry, I'm feeling so tired. Yeah, German chocolate cake was invented in Texas. It was invented in Texas. And did you know the difference between rye bread and sourdough is molasses? The only thing different is just key ingredient of molasses, which makes rye bread. So what I'm gonna do real quick, I'm gonna run inside, grab myself a water, come back out, get some gas, go to bed. Bed on my fucking, yeah. I'm gonna shave tomorrow, guys. Oh, man. Yeah. They don't stick to that. Good times.
So that document you are hanging on and questioning me on, first and foremost was a 2024 document, not by the current finance minister, by the then finance ministry, and the then finance minister completed that document. And since then, Ghana has proceeded to act, and we are told, yeah, that position is untenable. It doesn't reflect the position of the finance ministry. And don't forget, at that time, the IMF said it was going to take Ghana 10 years to fix our economic woes because of the mismanagement of the previous government. Under this current administration, when we took over, inflation was 68%. At the end of January this year, inflation was 3.8%. Our currency has improved by 36% against the US dollar. So all the indicators that you say would be a problem for Ghana.
I'll be right back.
Despite this government is posting based on prudent financial management. And one of the things we promised the Ghanaian people, apart from a prudent economy, was that we're going to protect Ghanaian family values. We're sticking to our campaign promises and we'll fulfill them.
Thank you very much. Samuel George, Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations from Ghana. Now, moving on to neighboring Ivory Coast, and we should warn listeners at the outset here that you're going to hear a highly distressing story with graphic descriptions of violence. It concerns a mother from Burkina Faso whose sons were killed by jihadists. Aminata was working in the fields when her village was attacked. She ran back to her home only to find the jihadists were in the process of killing her fourth son. Aminata then grabbed a knife but was overpowered and badly injured. Her only other child, her daughter, disappeared during the attack, almost certainly abducted. Aminata is now one of 2 million refugees from the Sahel, an area described by the UN as the center for global jihadist violence. The BBC's Nicolas Negos spoke to Aminata at a refugee camp in neighboring Ivory Coast.
In the dim light of a small shelter at New Negro camp, northern Ivory Coast, 57-year-old Aminata sits alone. Armed jihadists from GNIM, an Al-Qaeda affiliate, attacked her village in central Burkina Faso.
When I arrived, they were in the process of killing my first son. They slit the throats of 4 of my children.
Aminata fought back. She grabbed the knife, but was overpowered. A brutal blow to her head, her shoulder and throat were slashed. 3 of her fingers were chopped off, and her surviving daughter vanished in the chaos, never to be seen. Today, Aminata keeps the bloodied clothes she wore that day as a grim reminder of an event that has left her deeply broken. New Negro camp, near the Burkina Faso border, where Aminata now shelters, was beat by the UN and Ivorian authorities for 6,000 refugees. Now together with Timala camp, both host over 13,000 refugees. The Sahel remains the world's epicenter of jihadist violence, and Burkina Faso is the worst hit. At least 82,000 have fled to Ivory Coast. With the growing influx of refugees, locals in border areas of Ivory Coast told the BBC that they are worried. The country's economy is growing, but poverty and unemployment remain high. The UN Development Programme's resident representative, Blair Tassila, warns that systems meant to help people survive are in the serious strain.
The response should be always to ensure full integration of the refugees in the economic, socio-economic life of Côte d'Ivoire.
Bien sûr. Yet, John Titigi Touré, government representative in Ouagadougou, told the BBC they will not turn refugees away.
Those who come here are also our brothers. We are the same people, sharing the same history and the same culture.
For Aminata, rebuilding in a new country means carrying the heavy weight of unforgettable loss and the faint hope that tomorrow might bring peace.
Nicolas Negos reporting there.
This is Newsday on the BBC World Service with Anne in Nairobi, James in London, and Isaac sitting next to me. Who's got the sports?
Yeah, we're going to start with a good night for Pep Guardiola's Manchester City. They beat Fulham 3-0 to go 3 points behind league leaders Arsenal. 3 first-half goals for City, including another for Ghana international Antoine Semenyo, who's up to 15 goals this season.
100% I am delighted. I think last year and the start of this season I wanted to work on scoring more goals and contributing in any way I can, and I'm happy I've gone over the target I had in my head for this season, so hopefully many more to come, and yeah, important games to go.
Aston Villa got a 1-0 win over Brighton to keep pace with City and Arsenal. They're just 6 points behind the Gunners. Liverpool bounced back from defeat at home to Manchester City over the weekend to beat Sunderland 1-0 at the Stadium of Light, the first team to do so. Meanwhile, Nottingham Forest fans booed their team off the pitch as they drew 0-0 with bottom of the table Wolves, leaving them just 3 points clear of the relegation zone. Unfortunately for Forest manager Sean Dyche, They've decided to relieve him of his role after 114 days in charge. He becomes the third manager sacked by the club this season. If they hire a new manager, they'll become the first side to have 4 permanent managers in the Premier League. Spurs also sacked their manager. Thomas Frank was relieved of his role. The club find themselves just 1 spot above the place they finished last season under Ange Postecoglou when they won the Europa League. They finished 17th. I asked former Spurs defender Sebastian Bassong whether the club had a problem with the squad rather than the manager.
I don't think that Thomas Frank gonna get the full blame simply because it's easier to sack the coach because something has to change, and as we all know, we can't change the full squad. Clearly, Spurs haven't found the right formula, the shepherd. For me, that's how I see it. They haven't found the right shepherd to lead this group. Is this group not good enough? I don't think so. I just think that they're struggling nowadays in the market to find the right shepherd, that has these special things to get this group going, because this group has quality. Is it, are they not good enough? I wouldn't say though. So I think they're good enough, but good enough means a lot and means nothing at the same time because they're not performing. So right now, if it's 2 years in a row, something is wrong. I mean, the players are not performing at the level they should perform, and they shouldn't hide behind external factor when you're professional. And at this level, you should be held accountable. You should take ownership about what you do. Is maybe the combination of players. Players individually, they're good. Now the composition of the squad, the synergy between players clearly doesn't work. Whether it was through under Ange Postecoglou, I'm talking about in the Premier League, or Thomas Frank in the Premier League. So you gotta, take them emphasis back onto the players, but not questioning their quality. But it takes way more than that to get a team going. We're not talking about individuality. We're talking about a team, and clearly the team doesn't click. The team doesn't perform. So that's where I would look at it.
More sport from me a little bit later on in the program.
Thank you very much for that sport. Now, Iran's economic meltdown has plunged the country into severe unrest with mass protests at the collapse of the local currency, the rial. Sanctions have hindered economic growth, which relies heavily on oil. But with high inflation, mounting civilian deaths, and threats of more sanctions, the economy is at risk of further shocks. I asked Javad Salehi Isfahani, professor of economics at Virginia Tech University, how Iran got into such an economic predicament.
The primary reason are the sanctions imposed by the United States that limits Iran's ability to sell oil. It limits Iran's ability to bring the money of the oil it sells back to the country. And as a result, exports have dwindled to maybe 1 million barrels per day from the very high rates before the revolution of 6 million barrels a day. And even more recently, around 3 million barrels per day.
And the past year specifically has seen such a drastic change in the country.
No way.
Just explain to us how that happened.
Well, actually, last year, the economy wasn't doing that badly. Iran's economy has not been growing for the last 10, 15 years because there's very little investment, and economies need investment to grow. But it has maintained its level of living standards. What people notice and equate with economic decline are rising prices, inflation. Inflation is very bad, but it doesn't necessarily translate into lower living standards.
And Iran continued to maintain strong trade relations with China. I wonder what impact that had. Did it at all help to alleviate what would have been worse impact of sanctions, perhaps?
Oh, absolutely, without a doubt. China was one of the few countries that could import oil from Iran. Although it couldn't pay Iran in US dollars for the oil it imported, it was able to supply Iran with a variety of commodities. vast array of stuff, and so it became
Okay.
Iran's main trade bloc. But it fell quite a bit short of allowing Iran to act like a normal country that imports and exports at the same time. And exports a variety of goods that created one. Oil and gas sectors are notorious for employing very few people. So when China imports oil from Iran, it doesn't really create jobs. It's Iranians being able to export manufacturers, clothing, maybe machinery, or maybe tourism that creates jobs. Those have been very difficult to come by.
So in the midst of all these challenges which the Iranian regime is facing, there have been suggestions that it is
I'm gonna see how much
since their revolution in
Fortnite is.
I wonder what your assessment is of that. And now President Trump appears very keen for a deal with Iran. What would it look like? How significant would it be for a potential recovery of Iran's economy?
Well, to take the last question first, because sanctions have been so important in stopping Iran's economy from growing.
It's only 110 megabytes to, I'm gonna download it, see how it is.
It's a year or two.
Javad Salehi Isfahani is a professor of economics speaking to me live. This is News Day from the BBC World Service.
This is CPR News, 89.5 FM, KPRN Grand Junction, 88.3 FM, KPRH Montrose, 88.3 FM, KPYR Craig, and CPR.org.
It's 6.3.
High alert. A dangerous parasite may soon cross the U.S. southern border and make it to Colorado.
The challenge is if we don't catch those cases early, that's where it gets really, really challenging.
With state livestock and wildlife potentially at risk, learn about Colorado's preparations for the New World screwworm. Come to CPR.org.
It's 6 gigs.
Hello and welcome to Tuesday on the BBC World Service with
6
Anne-Sophie in Nairobi and
gigs.
James Copnell.
Yeah,
in London.
6.23
Top
gigs.
story on the programme. New figures show that China's carbon dioxide emissions fell in 2025 for the first time. Campaigners say it raises hopes that damaging emissions from China might be peaking. We'll ask an environmental expert how China has managed to do it.
Bangladesh is holding its first election since a student-led protest in 2024 overthrew the long-time ruler Sheikh Hasina. We'll head to the capital of Dhaka.
Manchester United co-owner Jimmy Ratcliffe has been condemned by the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer for claiming Britain has been colonised by immigrants.
And we hear from a Hong Kong activist living abroad who says the authorities are punishing her family for her advocacy work. That and more after the latest bulletin of World News.
So it's 12:01 a.m.
BBC News with Govinda Gill. New data shows that China's emissions of carbon dioxide fell in 2025, the first full year to show such a decline. Though the drop is just 0.3%, campaigners say it could be a milestone. Here's Justin Rowland.
Carbon Brief's figures show a finely balanced picture. Emissions dropped across major sectors including transport, power, cement and metals, but rose in the chemical industry. China also added more coal and gas-fired power capacity last year than in any year for a decade. The plants are intended to act as backup when wind and solar generation falls short, and are evidence that fossil fuels remain a key part of the country's energy system.
Queues have built up outside polling stations in Bangladesh for the first election since the ousting of the authoritarian Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina in 2024. The interim leader, Muhammad Yunus, said the poll ended what he called a nightmare. Yukika Lemay reports.
The past few elections were widely politically rigged in favour of Sheikh Hasina. Now convicted and sentenced to death for ordering a brutal crackdown against protesters, Ms. Hasina is in exile in India, from where she's rejected the charges against her and has questioned the legitimacy of the election. Her party, the Awami League, is banned from contesting polls. The key contenders are the Bangladesh National Party and the Islamist Jamaat-e-Islam, both parties with a long history in Bangladesh. Some of the students who led the uprising formed a new party, which is fighting the election in an alliance with the Jamaat-e-Islam.
A leading German economic think tank says US aid for Ukraine fell by 99% in 2025.
I've been up since 6 o'clock this
The
morning.
drop reflects the change in US policy.
I had to get up early, start this guy's car out, and then I had to go and deal with my shit for my driver's license. Got that all taken care of.
US funding is dramatic, but the researchers say a sharp increase in aid contributions from Europe has almost offset the gap. Data shows that Europe.
What I'm gonna do though tomorrow is I'm planning on doing a full fucking shift all fucking day until early in the morning.
Grants from EU institutions. Military aid increased by 2/3 and was dominated by countries in Northern and Western Europe.
I'm done for the day.
Germany.
As you can hear by my voice, I've been at it since
Ukrainian
early
officials
this
say there
morning.
have been overnight Russian drone and missile attacks on the Ukrainian capital and other cities. Damage has been reported in several districts of Kyiv. In Odessa and Dnipro, the authorities said infrastructure and homes had been damaged. The Russian governor of the Volgograd region said a Ukrainian drone attack had caused
I apologize,
fire at a
Garrett.
military facility. World news from the BBC.
But I will do this though.
Flight disruption is expected in Germany on Thursday with a staff walkout at the biggest
I'm gonna make you a moderator.
carrier, Lufthansa. The company said in September it would cut 4,000 jobs. From Berlin, here's Jessica Parker.
The walkouts affecting Lufthansa, Germany's biggest airline and flag carrier. The industrial action is being called by unions representing cabin crew and pilots.
I can't think.
Over
I think I'm gonna get going to bed, guys.
The strike
Before I
is due to last
fucking
for the whole of Thursday.
yeah.
No figures have
But
been given about
I'll be back.
exactly how many
Try to
flights
be up
will
as
be
soon
delayed
as
or
possible,
cancelled.
and
Berlin,
I
Frankfurt
will
and
be.
Munich airports are all warning of potential disruption.
Yeah.
The strike is being held as Munich.
But I
gets ready to
promise
host
I'll
its
be making it better for you guys.
security conference, attended by world, defense, and business leaders.
The Mexican Navy says it's conducted a coordinated operation with the US Coast Guard against drug smugglers in the
Alright, well, I'm gonna get off,
100
but I'll be back tomorrow.
packages
You guys have an amazing night,
seized.
and
Relations between the two
don't
countries
forget
have
to
been
smile.
strained by
See you
US
guys tomorrow,
claims the
okay?
Mexican government wasn't doing enough to combat drug trafficking.